right. Today is what is today? Today is Saturday. Saturday, May 31st, 2025. I'm gonna play some video games today. Amazing. I'm gonna start with Kana.exe because it looks interesting. You know, it's made by Hatoke, which I played games from before, and this one seems to be, I don't know, it's like a lot of things, but I guess we'll see. Also, hello, Maddie as well. Let me, actually, I forgot. Let me put like a content warning, because the games I'm going to be playing today, I think are all just horror games, as usual. It's just horror games. So let me just do that real quick. Let me pin a little message to be like, hey, I play games that are not for the faint of heart, probably. The game paused because I clicked out of it. But I wanted to show the game page anyway. So, you know, Kana.exe. I think it's pronounced, right? Kana? I mean, I assume Japanese because I'm a weeb. And in Japanese, actually, pronunciations are very, like, uniform, you know? It's, like, very rare. Is there any exceptions to how you pronounce something? So it's funny whenever someone who, like, tries to pronounce Japanese words, like, how do I pronounce this? It's like, well, we've done it, like 5 minutes of, like, basic Japanese lessons. You'll know that actually everything is pronounced a very certain way, and there's no ambiguation or ambiguation. Is that the right word? There's no ambiguity in how to pronounce words in Japanese, especially it's like romanized, you know, obviously, because this isn't like original Japanese, but you know, it's like again, just romanized Japanese with English words. It's always pronounced the same, you know, so it's always kana. You know? Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, am I playing Night Rain? Well, okay, well, since you brought it up, I'll probably talk about that very soon. But I didn't want to mention, yeah, this game, by the way. So just real quick, I just want to talk about it. I don't know, I always want to ramble at the beginning of the streams nowadays, but Kana.exe is made by a developer that I played, well, most of their games at this point, actually. I think I played Miss Fiction, I played Miss Trick, I played Line 8, Your Call. One thing I never played is like Boyfriends, I guess, like a short BL game, I don't know. It's mainly because I like the horror aspect of most of their games, which most of the games do have. I don't know about this one. This one have horror aspect? It doesn't seem like it has a horror aspect. That's the only reason I haven't played it, you know? It's not just because it's two men kissing, probably. I don't know. Like, I don't mind that. Or it's boy fiends, rather, not boyfriends. But anyway, like, I don't mind that, but it needs to have some kind of, like, you know, interesting element to it, you know? I feel like. If it's just straight, like, BL, you know, ironic. No, it's not straight, but, you know what I mean. It's not that interesting to me, you know? The whole point is that it needs to be toxic or, like, you know, some kind of horror element. Anyway, but yeah, I play a lot of their games. I like them, actually. They're pretty good quality. I mean, I don't know. Ende, I like Ende as well. The mechanics of Ende is a little bit of a slog, you know, because it'll restart like a whole bunch of times to get different endings and all that. But it's interesting. So, you know, the latest game seems to be Kana.exe, so I want to check it out. Not only that, it's also inspired by Yume Nikki, and Doki Doki Literature Club, Pony Island. I don't know much about Pony Island. I think I watched like a Let's Play or something, you know, but I know all of these, you know, generally speaking. And I like all of them. So I'm excited to check out what this game is like. It's probably like I mean, is it like a reference to like Sonic.exe or whatever? Which I don't really know about, but according to this AI overview, by the way, yeah, it's like the creepypasta thing, you know, where like it's an ultra realistic blood, you know, look at this Sonic, he's so scary, woo, you know, or whatever. It's supposed to be this thing where you know, their Sonic game copy is like haunted or whatever, and there's like a bunch of blood everywhere, or you know, I think originally it was just some kind of like story, right? It was just like a random X story online, and people have ran with it, you know, and turned it into like an actual like fan game, you know, at this point or whatever. And people have, you know, used the same ideas for other franchises as well. And the whole origin is like, you know, something.exe or whatever. It's like as if it's like a hacked, like haunted exe file, you know. Which again, I don't know much about. I just know about the parodies. You know, people like make fun of it because it's like so silly. But I believe that's why the game is called Kana.exe. Maybe? I don't know. Unless it's a big giant coincidence, I'm not sure, but it seems to be the case. Oh yeah, and you gotta download the 1.1 version. Apparently, the 1.1 version is not available, I think. At least from the download section on itch.io, you actually have to like download it separately. Makes me think it's a virus. Oh well. Something to do with like submitting their game into a game jam. They can't like... I didn't know that actually. I didn't know it was a rule, but apparently, assumedly anyway, when you submit a game to a game jam and everything, you can't actually like update it afterwards, you know? At least until the game jam is over, I guess. I assume that's the case. RPG Maker 2025 Game Jam. You know, I never find game jams... Usually, I never find game jams directly. I often just kind of find them through other games because the game was in a game jam, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Let me check out the other games in the game jam. It seems to be like an official game jam, is it? Like, you know, from RPG Maker, the company, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, $3,000, maybe. It's a share of 3,000. Probably don't get the full 3,000. Gotcha games, I guess, what they're called. Humble bundle and extra life. Game prize pool. Get actual money. What's popular? What's on the top? Oh, this one? I didn't love this one, to be honest. I mean, I like the art and everything, and I think developer, you know, generally, I think is a competent developer and artist. But I don't know, I didn't love it. Because it kind of ended like too soon, I feel like, you know? I played it last week. Trip to Hell. I don't know. I've noticed this person's games, and maybe they're really good, but like, I just can't get past the really pointy chins. You know, maybe it's just me being shallow. I don't know, the art style is just putting me off, you know, playing the games. Because the chins are too pointy. I don't know, they're just too pointy. Everyone has like a weird Giga Chad chin, is all I'm saying. Is it just me? Anyway. What's this one? Looks interesting. Is it... Well, I think no, it's a thing. Yeah, this is a completely new developer. I don't know who this person is. I don't know. No idea. Maybe I'll put that on my list to check out later. And a bunch of other games. Bunch of other RPG Maker games. Anyway, oh yeah, but what I was gonna say, Kana.exe, and after this one, probably play something else. I mean, it says here like it's 20 minutes to 1 hour, probably 2 hours is how long I'm gonna take, maybe. I don't know. But another thing I want to mention as well, Elden Ring Night Rain. I am a big, like, Dark Souls fan. I've played a lot of Dark Souls games. That includes Elden Ring. Elden Ring really is just Dark Souls 4, you know, in the different, like, how do you say that? In a different palette, I guess. What do you call it? You know, it's Dark Souls 4 by any other name, you know? Rose by any other name. It's mixed reviews, by the way. But I don't know, like, it came out recently. You know, I actually didn't know it came out recently. Not until, like, a few days before, actually. I didn't realize, like, it was already coming out. I didn't know. But Night Rain, and also, like, another game that's called Dust Blood or something. I can't remember. Dust Blood. They're very much multiplayer focused. The only reason I'm not playing it, I mean, besides, I'm wondering if the game is optimized for my GPU, which is pretty old. It's like a GTX 1660 Ti or whatever. I've actually looked up maybe some YouTube videos to see if anyone has also used that GPU. You know, sometimes if you look up a game, and this is how like some YouTubers get their views, I guess. But like you look up a game, and then you check like, are they doing like a video benchmark for like a particular graphics card? You know. That's you know, that's one way to get views, but like you know, it's to check like, can it run on my PC? You know, you can look at the freaking minimum requirements or whatever, but like it's never enough. You know, it says here like you need a GTX 16 or 1060, you know, which is probably enough for me. But like, I don't know, is it enough? I'm not sure, especially if I want to stream it. I don't know. Which I was gonna say though, I don't know if I would stream it or if or even buy it, because I do have some reservations. Mainly, it's a you know, mainly like multiplayer game and everything. So I wonder like how long am I even gonna play it, right? Like, to me, from what I saw from other people's streams and other like gameplay clips and all that, you know, it's got a roguelike co-op multiplayer type game where you like, you know, you drop down in a circle like Fortnite or whatever, but barely, you know, that's the only part of Fortnite really has, really. It's just a big circle thing. And then you fight the bosses, you know, you run around, and then you have like 3 days, you enter like this big gate and you fight like a new boss that's never seen before, you know, exclusive to Night Rain, I'm assuming. Like this big dog, whatever. And then that's kind of it, you know, you win, you lose, whatever, and then you start another run, like a roguelike. But like, I don't know how much replay value is there for that, I wonder, right? Because I mean, ironically, that's the point, is to replay it like 5 million times, is the same thing over and over again, you know, except some things are randomly generated or whatever, but it's just not the same. I don't know. I don't know if I can find much replay value in that, especially for like a $50 game, Canadian, I guess, because the Canadian dollars suck at the moment. But yeah, I don't know how much replay value there is for me, because I don't know, when I co-op in Dark Souls, especially usually like after I've already beat the game and everything, I mean, I like doing it. I just know it's just like at some point you get bored, right? Because you're like, all you really do is just try out different things, try out different weapons, you know. Sometimes it's kind of cool to like solo a boss, you know, because the host is like, they let you just solo the host the whole time or whatever, like, you know, like Millennia or whatever, which I've done in the past. I have no video proof, but I've done that actually, where I just soloed Millennia by myself because the host was just watching from a distance, whatever. You know, the whole meme about like, let me solo her, you know, I've done that, except my character wasn't naked, you know, I just did it normally with my normal characters. And besides that, you know, another thing is the fact that I think you can't really choose your own characters. I mean, you can choose, but you can't like customize, rather. You can't customize your own characters either, which I don't like. Like, you have to pick from a certain like preset, and then, you know, there's certain classes and everything. It makes them unique, you know, freaking Overwatch or whatever, you know, or like Overwatch or like League of Legends, you know, you pick a character. This whole trend, you know, I feel like in a lot of multiplayer games, we just pick like this preset character and they're like cool and everything. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I guess Team Fortress 2 kind of did that. To me anyway, that they did it first. I don't know. I'd rather make my own character, especially like in a action, you know, RPG type game. I want to make my own character, because that's part of the fun as well in Dark Souls and Elden Ring, is that I like to make my own, you know, customize my own character. They have their own like specific theme, have particular armor, you know, to make them look good, you know, like fashion and all that. And then when I do co-op or like even PvP, is to show off my character, really, you know, is to be like, hey, I made this character, don't they look cool? They have a thematic name and everything, you know. I think in the later Dark Souls games, including Elden Ring, like when you make a character, by default anyway, they use their name, you know, the character name when you get summoned. You don't see like a username, you know, because that's, even though I guess some people just put like silly names, but you know, I like to put like a lore appropriate like name in the character field, you know. And so people, when they summon like the, I don't know, Oathbreaker, you know, or something, you know, like a cool like character name, right? Basically, I just like to make my own OCs, you know, in these kind of games, in Souls games in particular. But like when I don't get to do that, well, then it kind of defeats the purpose, right? At least to me, anyway. The big part of the reason why I like co-op in Souls games is to just basically just show off my character. Really, that's all it is. I don't get to even do that, you know. I just play these preset characters that like someone else already made, and it's like, that takes out part of the fun, you know. Even though the one like interesting aspect about Night Rain, at least from what I've seen anyway, is some of the unique abilities actually some of the classes have, you know, like the Duchess or whatever has like cool like dodging abilities. The Executor, I think, has the freaking Sekiro parry, which is like really cool. But like these are like small mechanics that I wish were just kind of added to the base game, you know, instead of having it like in this weird game mode. I don't know. Maybe when they make Elden Ring 2, you know, they'll like reuse some of the cool like mechanics. I don't know, but assuming there is an Elden Ring 2 or like something similar at least. I don't know, but I don't know. It's kind of like, again, the $50 price tag plus tax, by the way. I don't know if it justifies the replay value and like the you know, and the actual like fun, you know, of actually like making a character. It's just not there, you know, at least for me. Look at this negative review. Very little content. It's an asset flip. Yeah, that's something I noticed too. I mean, it's not the end of the world for me, but like I definitely do see how like there's just a lot of repeat, you know, which is like fine. It's just like, I mean, that's definitely a criticism of Elden Ring Night Rain. It just uses mostly the same stuff from the base game, Elden Ring. You know, a lot of the same enemies. There's some new stuff, obviously, but like it's sprinkled in, but mostly the same thing. Same animations for the most part. Same sound effects, same like models and all that. And it's like, I don't know. Not enough new stuff, I guess, to really like, just again, justify the price tag. Even though it's probably cheaper in American dollars, but I don't know. Like, to me, I would pay this if it was like on sale for like $15 or something. $15 at most. Canadian. You know? Like a cheap little like side game mode. But otherwise, like it's at least, I don't know. It's not like a full like AAA game necessarily, but to me like $50 is like, it's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much. Especially because it just, you know, it's just all mostly the same thing, you know? It won't like, I don't know, to me, like, especially like video games, like, animations are very important to me, right? It's like, if I'm not seeing like completely new animations, like at every single turn, you know, this is not the same. Also the world as well, that's right. A lot of the world is like mostly the same as well, I don't know. Like, part of what I like about Dark Souls is like world building, you know, and stuff like that. Like, to me, I don't know, I'm going a whole rant about From Software, by the way, but like, to me, people always kind of complain, you know, online anyway, at least the really big, like, nitpickers anyway, would always complain that the developer would always reuse a lot of assets from their older games, you know, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and even Elden Ring. They use, like, some aspects of their older stuff in their new games. But I never really found that a problem because as long as the world feels different, for the most part, I don't really notice it, right? I don't really notice that it's the same model, you know, or I don't really notice it's the same animation of this random enemy that like kind of slashes at you or whatever, you know? It's like, if anything, it's a little bit nostalgic, right? Because the way they reuse the assets, they put it in a completely different new context, in a different new area that makes it feel like it's a completely different thing, even though it is sneakily using some part of the assets a little bit kind of the same. It doesn't really bother me because I don't really recognize it that much, right? It's in the background, right? Unless I really like deep dive and compare the animations or like the, I don't know, the sound effects, whatever, like side by side, do I really notice the reusing of assets? But this game, I do gotta say, I'm saying all that just to say that this game, however, I do notice though, because it's like basically everything kind of looks a lot similar to the Elden Ring, you know? Everything is the environments, and especially because it's randomly generated, it just doesn't feel like a different place. It just feels like it's just Elden Ring, right? Especially at the beginning part with a bunch of grass or whatever. It's like, okay, it's just the, you know, that part of Elden Ring. What do you call it? I forget what you call it, but you know, the lands between or whatever. It just feels the same. It's the same world, you know? It's like, I don't mean a different world, you know, not the same place. I mean, this boss fight is kind of cool. That's the only new part about it, right? Like the last stage of every run is like a new, cool, interesting boss and everything. That's kind of cool, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just not enough to just, again, justify the price tag. Just for like a cool new boss at the end, you know? I don't know. I'd rather just kind of saved it, you know, for like Elden Ring 2 or something. But whatever. Anyway, that's all just to say, I probably, if the price goes down, or like maybe they update it a few more times and maybe it becomes more worth it, maybe I'll watch more streams of it, maybe I'll try it out. But like, man, I don't want to pay $53.49 plus tax just to play like a little multiplayer game mode. you know, that I'll just try out for like 10 hours and then I'm good, you know, probably. If I had to guess, you know, I'll probably get bored of it very, very quickly. Because roguelike elements, I don't know, depends, but most of the time, I'm not really into roguelike elements though. Anyway, that's my long rant about Elden Ring Night Rain. Not that it matters, but someone asked, so I feel obligated to explain. You know how people like say, nobody asked, you know? And I can be like, somebody did ask, actually, you know? Actually, somebody did ask, okay? Anyway, alright. But, enough rambling. Let's play this game, Kana.exe. Seems to be kind of like, maybe like a creepypasta type game. I guess we'll see. Some water. Yeah. Let's I don't know, let's do like a little introduction. Hopefully the game's being captured properly, by the way. On OBS is kind of glitching a little bit. I think it's because, I don't know, because of the weird animation thing. It's not really animation. What do you call it? Like the background moving thing? Like it's calling weird pixelation on my OBS preview, but hopefully it should be fun in the actual video. But let's do a little introduction as usual. How would I introduce it? I don't know. I guess, let's see. Hello and welcome to Kana.exe, a RPG Maker game developed by Hatoge, available on itch.io and I believe on GameJolt as well. And apparently we found a, you know, exe file, and it might contain some strange things. I guess we'll see what happens. I guess a little bit of a content warning though. This game, I believe, is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin. Again, specifically, I want to mention, I think the game is kind of inspired by Yume Nikki, you know, DDLC, and even Pony Island. So I'm assuming, I don't know what you call it, but like it's a thing where like it's there's a word for it, like unreal fiction or something like that, or unreality. I can't remember what we call it, but like, you know, it might break the fourth wall a little bit, I guess. Anyway, all characters are fictional; they're not real. Please don't panic. If ultra realistic blood starts bleeding out of your computer, don't worry, it's not real. Okay? Save. I save immediately. Okay, I guess the idea is that we boot up the game, Kana.exe. Can we interact with anything? Guess not. We just look around with our eyeballs. Oh. I interact with TV though. That means I get teleported. I guess, yeah, okay. I mean, that's where the Yume Nikki inspiration comes from. Hello. Oh, and then get teleported over here. Okay. Okay, really it's just a Yume Nikki like or whatever. What do you call it? You know. Yume Nikki-esque. No dialogue, at least so far it seems like. You just kind of touch things and you freaking get teleported to random places, at least so far. The first 10 seconds of the game. I was hoping for a little bit more, I don't know, context, but that's not. I mean, the only context is the store page. I believe on the store page, I mean, I could just show it real quick. I'm just gonna show it. But like on the store page says right here, you know, by Shinigami 406. You know, are they a Bleach fan? Maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like you can download this, but you can't. Also, is that spelled wrong? Attachment? There's an E. There shouldn't be an E, is there? I think that's a misspelling anyway. But yeah, Kana.exe, it's me again. If anyone remembers my previous post, let me like zoom in. I don't know if you can see this. I went back to his apartment and found a strange file called Kana.exe on his computer. It seems like a harmless game file, but there's something creepy about it. I'm gonna play it now. If anyone would like to play it, I've attached the file. We never saw Shinigami 406 ever again. That was our last post in 2007. This is real. This is actually real. This is a real cursed game. If you're playing the game, you will die. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. A lot of numbers, ones and zeros. You know, that's how computers communicate. It's by pulses in their circuits or whatever. We call it, I don't know the exact terminology, but you know, like 1 and 0 is like on and off, you know, it's like binary. Like if you really wanted to like translate everything in computer code into its bare essentials, it really is just ones and zeros. But obviously, it's hard to program anything if it's just ones and zeros, so everything is translated into like the computer language, right? Unable to find files in key files map window.png. Okay. Oh. I'm assuming that's not real, right? I mean, obviously if it's real, because you know the thing is, I have played RPG Maker games that have missing files or misspelled files, usually because of some kind of translation or like just typo. That has happened to me in the past, because I play a lot of RPG Maker games and just video games in general, like indie games. But usually, if that would happen, it would pop up not in the game itself, because this definitely seems like it's in the game. It would pop up like as a separate window. So that's how I know it's not real. That's her face. Why does she have a bandage on her cheek? I don't know why. I don't know. It's for fashion, I guess. The common thing with anime characters, I feel like. Sometimes they have a bandage on their nose or something. It's just to indicate that they're like a rough person or something, you know. They like to get rough. Like they get hurt often, I guess, so they gotta put a bandage on their face. But like, I feel like if you get hurt on your face, it wouldn't just be like a little bandage. I feel like, I don't know. Like it'd be hard to just have one bandage. Like there's a very clean cut. It was just like one little small cut, you know. I feel like if you fall flat on your face, you know, for one, you get bruised, and also if it's like a rough floor, I feel like your entire face would get like a bunch of cuts. I don't know. Anyway, we're in a different world now. It's all black and white. Reminds me of Junji Ito for some reason. Maybe it's because of the, you know, Uzumaki and all that. It's not exactly Uzumaki, but you know, it's the weird patterns. Hello, creature. Can I discuss anything with you? No? Guess not. Is it supposed to be like sand, maybe? I hate sand. It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. Something like that. If I talk to the jester again, they'll just go back here, right? Under there, on the rooftop, gonna talk to this cat. This is just the starting point, I guess. Ones and zeros. Cube. X. Gotta look. Can I click on this cursor? Click. Click. No. Oh, is there anything else I can interact with? I'm not sure. There's these numbers for some reason. I wonder if they actually mean something. Because this is not binary. Because there's a 3 in it. Maybe... I don't know, like... hexadecimal maybe is my guess? Or whatever. You know how like sometimes, because when we count numbers, you know, 1 to 10... all numbers are based on that, and that's called like base 10 or something like that. But like you can actually count numbers in a different way. That includes letters, because it introduces more stages to number counting besides 1 to 10, if that makes sense. At least I think that's how it works. nothing to do but like walk around. What's that saying though? What's that in the background? It's got some clouds. Go back here. This is just back in the sand world, or at least I think it's sand. Is there anything else to explore in the sand world? Like this little creature right here. If I interact with that TV again, I think I'll just get transported back. Hello? All these places are boarded up, which means it's not real. Fake houses, you know, like a video game, an open world game with like a bunch of buildings and houses and all that. They're all just fake. Well, at least most of them anyway. You think you can enter any door you want, but actually, it's all fake doors. What the heck? They sold me a lie. You know, I thought in an open world RPG, or not RPG, I would say RPG, it doesn't have to be an RPG, but, you know, in an open world, like, sandbox game, you know, like, you know, like, a classic example is, like, Grand Theft Auto. Like, I thought you could literally do everything, you know, you could do anything, the freedom of doing anything, which means randomly going into people's houses. You know, and, like, enter any store you want. That's what I'd really want out of, like, an open world game, you know? I think I've talked about this before. I even had a conversation, this was a while ago at this point, I had a conversation with, like, what kind of game I would like from an open world game. I feel like it's just never existed, except, you know, the other person mentioned, like, The Sims, I guess, but, like, The Sims is not the same, I feel like. Even The Sims, as close as it gets, it's not the same, because everything is instance. At least from the last Sims game I've played, off screen, I feel like. You know, everything is actually instance, you know, it's not like a living, breathing world, right? That's like what I really want from an open world game. To make it seem like, feel like anyway, like it's a place that's lived in, right? With like people walking around and like stores, you know, and people going to get groceries or something, I don't know. But like everything is just instance in The Sims, right? Because when you go and leave and go to some other place, the Sims, the NPCs just get loaded in, you know, as you go to the place. They don't have their own schedule, really. They just randomly do stuff, you know? Which is not that interesting. But that's how it is in a lot of open world games in the first place. NPCs, at least for the most part, for a lot of like, you know, games with high budget and all that, the NPCs are just little puppets that kind of like do little animations, but they don't really have their own like routine or anything, you know? That's interesting. Oh, okay, actually a different place. I thought that was the only scene actually, but speaking of like buildings and all that in an urban area, I was gonna say though, definitely a franchise that tried to do that is like Oblivion, actually. You know, Oblivion Remastered and everything that also came out recently. With the Radiant system, I think is what it's called, where like NPCs do have their own schedule and all that. The only issue is that obviously it's kind of shallow still, because NPCs, you know, when they walk up to each other, they're like, "Have you heard about the High Elves?" or something like that. I don't know, like, you know, did you see those mud crabs lately? And it's like, wow, yeah, they have, their claws are pretty sharp. Anyway, be seeing you, bye-bye. You know, they like have these weird, stiff conversations. You know, it doesn't really actually feel like they're real people. They're just weird, like, robots that walk around still. You know, and you think, you know, by the way, I mentioned like how AI might have improved that, but like, you know, people are trying doing that, but like, it still doesn't feel right, you know? Still all feels robotic. I don't know if anyone is like, if any developer or company or whatever is truly trying to make a game that I want necessarily, and it's not the only type of game I want, but like one of the, you know, little like, I guess, dreams, you know, not really a dream, but like, you know, little like fantasies, I guess, that I had as a kid. Not fan, I don't know what the word is, but like illusions, I guess, or I don't know what you call it, you know. Because I thought as a kid, you know, open world games would be like this thing where you can do anything you want, like true freedom. It was like really cool. But as it turns out, you know, once you actually know how games work, it's actually not that cool, you know, because everything is again instanced, or like they load in when you're in a particular part of the world and all that. You know, they're just not real. It doesn't feel realistic. You know, it doesn't have to be like 100% realistic. It just needs to feel like, again, like a world that kind of like is living, you know, without you, in a way. By the way, a bunch of hands. A lot of hands. Kind of rambling, by the way, because there's not much dialogue in this game, so I'm just looking around while I ramble. Grab this, whatever it is. I found an MP4. Uh-oh. Ah! The NPCs! Oh no. They heard that I was smack-talking them. They attacked me. Oop. Okay, well now it's like classic, you know, desktop gaming. You know, when a video game, like, simulates what a desktop looks like, and now you're just exploring their desktop. I can't drag though. Well, I mean, you know, it's actually quite ambitious actually, because this is an RPG maker, so I imagine it's kind of hard to like make an actual desktop. Save your progress. Click on the start button on the left corner. Once you're back in Kana.exe, you can return to this part of the game by pressing escape. Okay. Some parts of Kana require you to interact with this part of the game. And there's further hints in the Kana repo. Okay, interesting. All right. So this is the kind of like the fourth wall breaking aspect. You know, I wonder, actually, it'd be kind of interesting. I don't know. Obviously, some games have done this in the past already, so maybe it's not worth it, because for one, it's probably complicated to code or program. And another aspect is like you know, for privacy reasons. But like, I wonder, like, maybe if it was possible to do this on your actual PC, right? Like files would appear in your actual PC and all that. I mean, that's one way to do it, but I don't know. Let me just save real quick. Save game. Oop. Alright, and then we could explore an actual, like, little PC. There's a lot of things that we could do. We could look at the MP4. Before I do that, I wanted to finish my train of thought. I totally forgot what I was talking about. I was talking about like open world sandbox games and how like we don't, you know, we haven't reached that point where it actually feels like a real like open world. You know, if that makes sense. Like to me anyway, like a living world with like people in it, even though it's like just NPCs. Oh yeah, I was gonna say like how. Like, I was hoping that AI generation, you know, there is definitely some, you know, controversies about AI, and I do think there's, like, wrong ways to use AI. There's so much AI slop nowadays, by the way. People just use it wrong and just use it to spam people and scam people and all that. But anyway, but I was hoping, you know, AI would fix that problem, like, where, like, for example, in Oblivion, like, the NPCs would have all these, like, pre-recorded, like, stiff conversations. AI would help it make it feel more natural. But even with that, it's not still not really there yet. I feel like, you know, with AI, it still feels like the more you play with it, the more you realize, especially like, you know, those like chat bots or whatever. It does feel at a certain point, the AI does go through its usual conversations pretty quickly, and it does feel like a little monotonous at some point. You know, it lacks the soul. You know, it's soulless in a way. Yeah, and I don't know if some kind of like developer or business is gonna like actually make the open world sandbox game that I want, but that's what I want, right? I want something that's like that feels like a real world, you know. That's ultimately, I feel that's what video games are. You want to isekai yourself, okay? Even though I hate isekai genre because I hate how like, I don't know, that's a whole other rant, but basically I don't like the genre because it's just too on the nose, you know. It's like it breaks my immersion because the main character is deliberately saying like this isn't a real world or like it's a different world or whatever. That's not the point. I want to be isekai. As the audience member, I want to be immersed in a different world, not have the protagonist point that out every 5 seconds and then I lose my immersion, you know. Anyway, MP4. Boop. And also besides the obviously self-indulgent like power fantasy, you know, where the protagonist is like super overpowered or whatever, you know, that's kind of boring too, at least without any like you know, depth to it, you know. The exception, I guess, is like One Punch Man or something where it's a parody. But anyway, media viewer, let's check out this cursed MP4 file on my Windows XP. You know, is this Windows XP? I don't know. It's like reminiscent, like old style Windows, which is I guess retro at this point. You know, that's crazy. Makes me feel old. I'm so old. Anyway, cool animation. Hello, hello, Kana. Oh, and that's it. Oh, I can like click that again to preemptively like restart it, but otherwise she just turns around. It's like, yeah, and dead. I can't believe Kana's dead. I guess that's it. 001 seems to imply that there's more than one, so I guess I'm gonna look out for more MP4 files maybe. There's file manager, which is this desktop, I guess. Of course, in this like simulated desktop, we don't get to use the full capabilities of Windows. You know, can I run? You know, can I run something in the cmd.exe? I don't know what the commands would be, but you know, you can like run things like a Linux or whatever. Everything's like through a command line. Let's check out Studio. Open something. File. Okay. Guess I have to open this. The only file we have, really. They're missing hyperlinks. Really interesting. Layers. It's like Photoshop, basically. But missing JPEGs, apparently. I guess that means like we need to collect those JPEGs so that it's on the computer, so that it connects to those JPEGs, I guess. I've never seen that, though. I mean, obviously, maybe this isn't exactly Photoshop. Maybe a parody of some other type of, you know, photo, or not photo, but, you know, image editing program. I've never seen that before, where, like, the actual image editing software actually links to an image. I don't know. I just never seen that before. I get the idea, though, I guess. I wouldn't really understand how to do that, you know. Makes me think, though, like, well, it's funny. Developer, I mean, again, so far it's not really that complicated necessarily. I don't think the game's like super complicated or anything, but like I'm just thinking about the people who get stuck even just knowing how to download game files. You know, you see all the time, by the way, in like on itch.io or whatever, like on the game page, and someone says, "How do I download this? You know, where's the install button? I don't know." You know, they don't know how to use a computer, because you know, especially I feel like the younger generation, they just are so used to using phones, right? So I wonder if this whole setup will confuse people because they don't use a computer. Yeah, I don't know, but like that's my prediction, that at least there's gonna be at least one person who's like 12 years old or something, and it's like they're gonna be, how do I use this? What's this? What's a start button? You know, like I don't get it. What's an MP4 file? Actually, they wouldn't sound like that. They would sound like, what's an MP4 file? I don't understand. What is this? You know, where's the scroll function? How do I double tap? You know, that's my prediction. At least one kid is like, it's like doesn't understand anything. Anyway, not to like be condescending, I guess. It's just an observation, you know. I do feel like that is something you have to take into account. You know, some people might not actually understand this whole aspect of the game. I do, because I've lived this. I've lived through this. Back in the day, in the great internet, World Wide Web, when people use Ask Jeeves, you know, instead of Google. Anyway, the following section requires a mouse and keyboard. We use the mouse wheel. Okay. You know, my mouse wheel is actually break. You know, every mouse I've had, by the way, I was hoping this mouse wouldn't break, but like every mouse wheel I had, the mouse, or yeah, did I say that right? No, every mouse I've owned, rather, every mouse, I can't speak. Every mouse I've owned, the mouse wheel is the first to break, is what I'm trying to say. And it's been annoying every single time. I think it's because I click the mouse wheel too much. I always use the, you know, mouse 3. I always click it to, like, you know, when I want to use it as like a scroll wheel or whatever, or even when I play a video game, you know, I use it as a melee button or something, you know, like a hotkey. But I feel like I use it more than it's, how do you say? Like I use the mouse wheel button, you know, clicking it down. I use it more than intended, so it always breaks first, and this one is actually breaking a little bit. Sometimes when I click on it, it doesn't work. So I don't know. So something I want to bring up because the game mentions how like you need to use a scroll wheel. But what happens if my scroll wheel is broken? You know? Anyway, interesting. Okay, let's read about this Kana.repo.jp, Japanese. The Kana Revival Project, or the Kana Repo for short, is a group effort organized by the user Kana and X Demon Cat 13X, of course, to remake the popular blog known as Kana's World. We are big fans of Kana and want to bring back the joy she has brought us. Currently, the page is in beta and can be accessed. That typo? I can't tell. To me, it looks wrong, but I'm not sure actually. How you spell access? Access? No, I think it's correct. I don't know why it looks wrong to me. I don't know. Sometimes I look at words for some reason I think it's wrong, but actually no, it's correct. I think. Or no. Okay, it is wrong. Okay, I'm looking at it. No, it's wrong. There's an S for some reason. That's not how you spell access. Okay. Right? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. I the way I spell check, I literally just Google it. I type it out and just Google it. Even though the Google is not important, it's just whether or not it tells me that's wrong. Like, did you mean this? Did you mean this word or whatever? No, it's this word. By the way, just a small thing, but I spelled wrong. Typo, developer, typo, unplayable game. No, it can be accessed from the top menu. Only the first blog entry has been remade so far, with steady progress on the second one. I hope everyone will come together to celebrate Kana once more. Kana is love, Kana is life, just like Shrek. Anyway, Kana Repo Team. Okay, so obviously, again, this is like about Kana's world. Something, I don't know what it is exactly, but something surrounding the whole Kana character, I guess. Yeah, what do you call this? Let me look it up actually, because there was a word for this. I think it's called unreality, right? Or let me look it up. Is it called unreality fiction? Is that what it's called? I'm just googling it. Yeah, I don't know if I have the right terminology. Is it unreal fiction? I'm not sure. I'm googling stuff. I don't know what the word is. There's a word for it, but like I forgot what it was. Unreality, unreal fiction. Literally just search by like unreal fiction where it seems real, but it's not based on real life. Is that what it is? I don't know. I'm just searching like unreality, but like I'm not really getting much. I'm just getting some Reddit threads, some podcasts. I don't know. I think the word is unreality, but like it's not. It's just like I just get Kingdom Hearts. That's not right. Maybe I'm getting the word wrong. That's the thing I have a problem with actually. Like I always misremember terms. I always think of something that's like slightly similar, but it's like the wrong word for it. Is it unfiction? Is it called unfiction or something? I think that's what it's called, right? Unfiction? It's an Urban Dictionary. Our Urban Dictionary is just not like reliable because people just make up stuff. But I think it's this one. It's called unfiction. Like a fictional piece of media that attempts to suspend disbelief by asserting in some way that it is not fiction, even though it is. And sometimes they have ARG elements, like alternate reality game. Right? Is that what it's called? Anyway, I think it's called unfiction. That's what it was. Not unreality. I don't know. When I think for some reason I think of unreality. It's unfiction, I guess. Yeah, this game is invoking the unfiction trope, where like it obviously is presented as if it's real, but it's not. That's the whole point. I like that actually. As I was talking about, like the whole sandbox open world thing to make something feel like a real living world. This is related actually, because if I'm not getting it through like just NPC interactions, in like an open world like action game or whatever, then I get it through story, right? Or narratives. That's why I play a lot of story games, you know, because I want to get into a world. I mean, just like reading a book, I guess. The whole point of reading a book, which I don't do often, I read manga, I guess. Does that count? But, you know, the whole point of like reading a book or whatever is to transport your mind into like a different world, right? That's the whole point. But for me anyway, I can't do it through just actual books, because I don't know, my imagination is horrible. I guess I can't imagine the red apple or whatever in my mind. So that's why I need like visuals like this, right? Like this whole idea, like a desktop and everything. It's like, I don't know, I do like that theme, especially the way it's told, right? It's not just like a straight narrative. It's actually just you're exploring like an archaeologist, you know. I said before, like kind of like how Dark Souls, you know, this is not literally Dark Souls, but you know, kind of like how Dark Souls presents information, right? Where you gotta look at the UI and then you get hints about the world and things like that. You feel like an archaeologist, you know, and you put the, you know, how do you say, you put the clues together yourself, and then you get an idea what the world is like, that kind of thing, right? That's what that reminds me of, and I think that's good actually. I like that kind of method of storytelling, or I don't know if we call it storytelling, but something like that. Anyway, that's the whole tangent. But yeah, there's some tabs. Were there tabs in Windows XP? I don't remember that. I remember the tabs were introduced actually in the more modern browsers, you know, or it's not modern anymore, but you know, it was introduced at some point, you know. Back in the day, you didn't have tabs. You just opened a new window for like a new thing. You would have like 10 freaking windows. At least for a lot of other people. For me, you know, I do the opposite. I actually don't like having a bunch of tabs and a bunch of open windows. I often close them. I don't know. I don't like to have so much stuff on the screen because it's overwhelming. You know, I can't find my things. I just bookmark stuff, you know, and then close the window. Anyway, but Kana Revival Project. I mean, let's get back to the game. But like Kana Revival Project, 2006 and 2007. I guess we are in 2007. Is that what that means? Actually, it's hard to tell what that means exactly. Obviously, it's a date, but like, I assume it's the latest date. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, it says here 2007. Yeah, okay. We can't click on December though. I'm assuming normally, you know, if this was a real website, you would click on December, but you can't. All right. This person says, "Kana love forever. Where's that new update?" I'm trying to track. Is this? Yeah, this is the first one. Yeah, okay. I know, right? I can't wait any longer, says Anonymous. The mods are just lazy. Somebody else should take over. Yeah, Kana's my princess. Guys, the mods are hard at work. Learn some patience. You know, cow emoji, Japanese emojis. Well, the mods out, lol. Demon Cast right here. I've just returned home. It'll be a few more days before a coder, Kana, comes back. Then we'll return with updates. Please be patient. Close my moderator. You know, back in the day, you know, back in my day, when people would have like forums, you know, and threads and everything. So I never really visited like blogs. I feel like that's before my time, or maybe I just wasn't that interested. But like, you know, how people had like personal blogs and all that, and Tumblr is kind of like that, I guess. I don't know, but people would just have their own stuff, you know, on their own like websites. So it wasn't as centralized as today, right? In social media, everything is just on one platform or a few platforms. Back in the day, everyone was just doing their own thing in like weird pockets of the internet. Anyway, an update from Kana. Hello everyone, sorry for the silence. We are both visiting family over the New Year's, but we're back to now bring you more Kana blog entries. Kana is my princess. Oh my god, yay. Thank you for your hard work, mods. Fucking bootlicker. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Any concrete info? Finally! Wow, thank you for the update. Not super concrete, but we should get out by the end of the month. The prize for the world's slowest coder goes to Kana, lol. Okay. Lol, says Anonymous. And this one has been archived by Shinigami406, which is the user that, you know, the username that this computer belongs to, I'm assuming, who just automatically logged in, I guess, because we didn't delete the cookies. Okay. Kana beta. Okay, just automatically goes there. Kana's world. Hello, welcome to my blog. My name is Kana. I'm an 18-year-old girl. Okay, of course. I love fashion, cats, and spending time with my friends. Will you be my friend? Typical e-girl is what she seems like. typical, these days you call them social media influencers, I guess. This is my first blog entry. I'm so nervous. Now, this is the part where I talk about myself, right? Will people think I'm self-obsessed? Sure. But I'm really just looking to make friends. So I'm I'm about 17, soon to be 18. I love fashion and cats. And Aku Neko. Aku Neko? Akuma? Is Aku mean like demon or something? I don't know, I'm not sure. Is it Akuma means demon? Because obviously it's Akuma, like the character from Street Fighter, but anyway. I guess there's another thing. But this has to say secret between us. I want to be a magazine model one day. How do you do that? How do you make it like grayed out? I don't mean the developer. I mean like as if this were like 2007. Like in your own blog. How did you do that? Did you use like some kind of CSS code or something to make it grayed out? Anyway, there, I said it. I hope you can cheer Kana on so I can achieve this dream one day. Thank you for supporting Bye in Kana's world. Hope to see you again next time. Right. A blog entry in 2006. Also kind of weird that you mixed up like third person with first person. You can't just say I hope you can cheer Kana on so I, use one or the other. This is incorrect grammar. Anyway, what's this one? Google. Please type in your search query. Okay, well, I don't know, actually. I don't know what to search. I can search Kana? Maybe? No, nothing. Nothing with Kana. Obviously, it's, like, very limited. Who I can search for, obviously. I have to imagine. You probably can't literally search for literally everything, but I need to look that up, apparently. That's weird. 0? I don't know why it says 0. Can I search again? Kana. Oh, there you go. Okay, I did get something. So it's just weird images that I don't really understand. I don't know why I was doing that before, but... Okay. I don't know, repo? I'm gonna search that, I guess. Developer of the game. Oh, pigeon. Okay, makes sense, I think. You don't know what I'm assuming. Does Hatoge mean like pigeon or something in Japanese? I'm not sure, but I do know that the avatar for the developer is a pigeon of some sort, like a bird, I think, if I remember correctly. So to be honest, when I think of Hatoge, I mean two things. It's probably inappropriate, but I think of Hatoge, like hard gay. I don't know what the origin of it is, but like it's like weird. Is it gay porn? I don't know. It's not gay porn, is it? It's just like men in like flamboyant men in I think biker outfits or something like that. Anyway, something like that. But like at least in a lot of TV shows I watched in the past, I don't know where it's from exactly. People would like make a parody of it. I think South Park or something. Was it South Park? I don't know. Anyway, I don't watch South Park that much though. Like a little bit too crude for me, Let's see. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the second thing. But another thing I think of when I think of Hatoge, I think of like kusoge, like because gay, G-E in Japanese is often slang for a game, right? Gameu is how you pronounce it, gameu. And kusoge is like a well-known like slang term for like bad game or whatever. Like kuso means like poop, like shit game, basically kusoge. There's also like eroge as well. It's an erotic game. Anyway, a lot of slang words. But that's what I think of, I think of like gay as in gameu. I don't know what hatoge would be though. Hato game. Anyway, what else would I search for? Can I search for? Again, I can search for Kana. Kana just shows a fence, or not a fence, but I don't know what you mean, but like weird liminal images. I wonder if that is a reference to something. How like Hatoge shows pigeons. Kana probably means like a generic Japanese word for something. I'm not sure. Hello, Ellison, by the way. Adding a rain noise in the background helps make the game 100 times more cozy and immersive. Well, I wonder how cozy it's gonna be later, but yeah, it's nice, you know. 10 hours of rain ASMR. Yes. No, I'm not really a fan of rain necessarily, because when I think of rain, I just think of being stuck in the rain. You know, I've always hated that, actually. I mean, I usually think about like being outside in the rain, you know? Like being drenched. And it sucks. I don't like it. Anyway, what else can I search for though? I mean, obviously there's probably a clue somewhere, but I kind of want to just try out different things for fun. Again, can I search Kana's world or something? Kana world? It doesn't really work, nothing happens. What about the username? How do I go back, by the way? I can't seem to click out of this, you know? I can't click out of this. How do I... Okay, there you go. It's kind of awkward. I guess the game did tell me, you know, there's like a little tutorial, but yeah, you gotta press enter, and then you gotta somehow get out of it. It was kind of awkward. Kana-nya. What about Kana-nya? So, Kana-nya. Any juicy info on the moderator? You know? No. Well, Shinigami 406. Oh, okay. Again, it's kind of weird. You have to type it and then press enter and then click on search image. That's how you're supposed to do it. Oops. It keeps coming 0. Oops. How do I... Okay, there you go. Now repo team. The X demon cat. I mean, obviously, I don't know if this would show anything, but like... Oh, wait. What? Oh. Did it break? Hopefully it didn't break. Because, oh, let me see. How about I just close it? Come back to it. There you go, okay. The game on the game store page did mention how the game is a little bit buggy, so... In fact, let me just... save real quick. Just in case. No, it matters. Okay. I was gonna say X Demon Cat 13, was it? Nothing. Okay. What's there? I don't know. What about RPG Maker? Nope. What about Pony Island? Is that Easter? I don't know. At this point, I'm just looking for Easter eggs. Yume Nikki. Nope. Doki Doki Literature Club. Nope. Okay. YouTube. Yeah, we can't find anything. I don't know. I guess it's very specific what you would search. So far, I only found Kana and developer's name. That's it. You know, I want to look it up actually. Does hatoge meaning? Pigeon in Japanese. Hato. Okay. Now I understand. Okay, now I understand. It's not hadoge. Even though that's like the wrong terminology or the wrong idea. Hato does mean pigeon. Okay. Hato. So it means pigeon games, right? That's developer's name. I've always misunderstood their name this entire time. Not intentionally. I just think of, again, the wrong thing when I think of their name. It does mean pigeon, so it's just pigeon games. That's what their name means. Yeah, developer's name. I can search that again. I don't know if you missed it, but I can search that again if you like. Hato, yeah. It just shows pigeons because it's a reference to the developer's name. That's all. I think that's it though. Okay, over here. I'm gonna chat. Oh, we just need to know our username and password. Okay. So I guess we are just Shinigami 406. I thought we were like a different person, like hacking their computer. Well, I mean, I guess we could still be a hacker, but anyway. Can't do anything else. The deleted user. I think it's this. A bulked user? I think the typo is it's blocked, not bulked. Anyway, unless it's a funny little terminology. Like a funny little term used in the software. Okay. I want to look at this chronologically, but anyway, so the deleted user 2006 Shin406 says, "Hey," and this person says, "Hello." Actually, I don't know. I don't text very often. Who's who? Is it us? Are we saying hello? Are we doing the little like cute emojis or whatever? Which makes you think we're Kana or something. Like, are we Kana? Like, Kana does that too. But also another person, like this person. Kana is my princess or whatever. Also does the little emojis. I don't know. I feel like it's important, right? Because it's all connected somehow. Oh, that's weird. Oh, buggy. There you go. All the way back though. How do I... Can I scroll faster? Now I can scroll faster. Actually, let me look at the other ones too. Oh, okay. No. Okay. So the one on the left is the person we're talking to, and the one on the right is us, I think, or Shin anyway. I think so because I'm looking at the other ones and it's like, I think that's what it is, right? It says one. This one in particular says like, "This is Demon Cat 13," or whatever. So I think, yeah, that person. Let's see. So we have to read like that. In that case, this might indicate that the person we're talking to, the deleted user, could be Kana, or it could be Kana's princess or whatever. I don't know, like a Kana fan. I'm not sure. But anyway, so in 2006, we said, "Hey," with a tilde mark. And she says, "Hello." And I say, "What are you up to?" And she says, I mean, I'm assuming she, I don't know, but procrastinating my chores. I feel you. My old man's always nagging me too. You also live with your parents? Yep, graduate high school in spring. I want to move out for uni, but they won't let me. Living alone sounds scary to me. Then again, I could work on my blog all day. Okay, this sounds like Kana. We're just talking to Kana directly, which is like strange because I feel like, isn't this bad? You know, back in my day. I mean, even today, you know, I don't know if you want to talk to strangers on the internet, but I guess maybe they know each other. I don't know. Anyway, like in real life. Once on my own, you can come over anytime. In 2006, hey, hello, what's up? Just later on eating snacks. If you can, yeah. Are you laughing at me? What if I was? I would probably really hard. Lol. Not cute, scary. I'm so scared. I need a cute girl to cheer me up right now. Okay. 2006, October, I think. I never, when you put dates with numbers, I always, in my head, it's hard to like convert it into names for some reason. I never remember the order of months. I think this is September, right? It's like June, July, August, September, right? I don't know. I always forget, like, around like August or September, I always mix it up. I know 10 is October though, because Halloween. You know, number 10 is Halloween for some reason. I always remember that. Hey, hello, let's meet up in real life sometime. Okay, so that implies that they have never met in real life. So basically, we're back before Discord was a thing, this is the equivalent of being a Discord mod, grooming an 18-year-old girl, right? Or anyway, I don't know if this is that kind of story. Anyway, no, real life is scary. I don't know what you look like. Scared I'm ugly? Here we go. Here's my fabricated image that I stole from Instagram of some other person because I'm scamming you. Actually, you need to send me $10 every month, or you need to send me like $1,000 for my emergency operation. But actually, I'm a fake person. I'm not real. I don't know, something like that. That has happened. I think that has happened where people get scammed. Like people pretend to be celebrities or whatever. And they scam like lonely people, you know, which is just kind of fucked up. I hate that. This is why I have by the way, this is why I have like an overwhelming hatred of bots and scammers. Whenever someone comes in and they're like, "You want to check out? I'm an artist. You want to buy my art, or like you want me to make art for you, whatever." I have an overwhelming hatred for that kind of thing because it's people trying to prey on vulnerable victims, right? Like scammers trying to prey on other people, and it's like they're really, really, really annoying. Not that in this story, I don't know if this is actually true. Maybe this is how they actually look like. I don't know, but it's just the first thing I think of. It's like you gotta be careful on the internet. People just lie. People lie on the internet. You remember it because of 9/11, really? I guess so. That's before, well, it's not before my time, but like, I think I was kind of young when that happened, so I don't know, it doesn't have that same impact. Obviously, it's kind of a touchy subject because a lot of people died, but you know, it's kind of like a distant memory for me. I don't really, especially because I'm not American, I guess. 9/11, you know, the whole thing that happened is, even though it's kind of taboo, I feel like, it's kind of like, to me, I don't know, it's just kind of like another tragedy in the history of human civilization. It's kind of like, it's nothing new, you know? But anyway, is that controversial? Don't ban me. Anyway, he sends a picture and it's like, hey, I'm an e-boy. Look at me. Totally not stolen from a random Instagram profile, you know, from someone else. Totally not a 30-year-old man. Anyway, would you let me rest on your lap? And she's like, oh, yeah, so handsome. I don't know. I'm not as cute as real life as I am in the pictures. You probably think I'm ugly. I never think that. Also, if I only cared about looks, I already have a GF. But you don't even know me. I know you. And it's like, I love you. Deactivated. Makes you wonder if they actually did meet in real life, but something happened. What was that? So that was in October 13th. And then this was like a few weeks later, it seems like 26. A few weeks or how long? I can't do the math. My math is horrible. 13 and 13 days? Yeah, exactly 13 days. Like 2 weeks, I guess. About 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, he says, I love you, but then they deactivate their account. So that implies something happened. I don't know. They actually met in real life or something happened? Again, was he like a 30-year-old man? Then I think I watched a video or something like that. You know, again, it's like someone gets tricked into... There's a word for this. It's catfishing, right? You know, I mean, it's happened to men, but also happens to women too, I think. That has happened where like they string them along, you know, you have to pay, you know, you pay, I said before, you know, I alluded to it already, but like, you have to pay for my like plane ticket or whatever, you have to pay for this and that, you know, or whatever. You don't realize you're just sending your money to like a fake person. And this is why I'm always so wary, you know, of like fake people on the internet, you know, just scammers, and especially with AI, you know. This is, it used to be, you can tell, right? Because it's a bot, because it's like copy paste, you know, obvious like robot message. But nowadays, a freaking AI is ruining everything, I guess. The bots are more realistic because they can use more natural language. Just gotta pay attention, you know. You gotta look for the M dashes. I've learned recently that a lot of like AI generated text, and you can never really tell for sure, but often they use M dashes, you know. You gotta look for those M dashes. Anyway, here's a blocked user. I'm assuming it's supposed to be blocked user. This person says, I thought you hated online chatting. Welcome to the dark side, lol. Or welcome to the dark side, lol. A man can change. Lol, 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 right? You coming on? Let's raid. Okay, we can do an MMO raid or whatever. And this is back in October again. Let me come over. Can't. I'm about to head out for classes. Wait, don't you have classes today as well? Are you skipping already? Yeah, and the old man's on my ass about it. I bet you just want to bring girls over. Well, there's only one girl in my heart. And I'm leaving. Oh, wait, what's your door code? I forgot. It's 406-989. Yeah, I'll write that down. Hold on. Alright, a door code for my best friend. I'm assuming my best pal, my bestie. We hang out and play video games all day, you know, and somehow I blocked them because, I don't know, they freaking died or something. I don't know how died, but, you know. Maybe got into an argument, I'm not sure. No, we're not besties anymore. Anyway, 406-99. Just don't trash my place. Okay, thanks. Are you coming on today? Can't, busy. Busy with what? Just busy. November. Okay. Haven't seen you in a while. Everything okay with you? Starting to worry. Okay, this is December now, so this is months later, at least 2 months after conversation with supposedly Kana. I'm fine. You want to come over? Let's play some games. Not today. Another time then. Days over, and then, you know, a little bit more, like a few more days later. I'm coming over. I'm about to go shopping. I'll let myself in. Okay, I'll be back in 30. Hey, where are you? You leave again? Thought I told you not to trash my place. I've seen what you've done to her. Can't believe I trusted you. What are you talking about? Shin? I don't know what you think you saw, but can we just talk about this like adults? It's okay if you hate me now, but at least talk to me. Locked. Okay, apparently we went over to his place. I'm assuming him, I don't know. But we went over to their place. It seems like Shin is mentally unstable at this point because somehow, again, they had some kind of thing that happened with Kana. And it's months later, and he goes into his friend's like place. Something happened again, and apparently they trashed the place, and now we're like vengeful against him for some reason, but we don't know why exactly, and we don't know if it's actually their fault or is Shin just delusional. Not sure. Anyway, Yuki89. Okay. Hey, this is Yuki. We talked this morning after class. Thank you for accepting my friend request. Don't mention it. October, November. Are you coming to today? Are you coming to today? Is that like two as in as well? Like TOO? Typo. I can cover for you. Is everything okay? December. Okay. We talked this morning after class. Today. Cover for you. I don't know what cover means. Is it cover as in like, because when I think cover, I think of covering a shift, you know, like a part-time job or something. But maybe it's also just school, you know, maybe it's like she's covering as in like, you know, giving an excuse to the teacher or something. Is that what it is? So that implies that Shin has not been going to school, I'm assuming. I think so. Either school or like a part-time job, I'm not sure. I can only assume. But we don't really know Yuki that much, I guess. So just an acquaintance. Anyway, Demon Cat 13, 2007. It's like a year later, actually. This is Demon Cat 13, one of the mods of Kana repo. I'm writing to you because your latest post violated our terms of service. This is your first warning. Don't make me write another. You know, this reminds me. This is embarrassing, actually. I mean, you know, back in the day when you're like a kid, I feel like you're just kind of dumb. And I don't really remember all the details, but I think I did something kind of like this where I only found it like years later when I was just kind of like searching for my old stuff. But I like under my username. But I think I did something stupid, actually, where like again, I don't remember the details, but like, I think it was for like some kind of wiki, I think, or some kind of blog, or like I don't know if I want people to dig this up. I don't know, but like I remember it was some kind of wiki, I think, or like some kind of place for the Haruhi Suzumiya light novels. Is what I used to like read the light novels, to be honest, because they were translated to English. I think at some point, I think I copy-pasted like a translation into the wiki because I thought, I don't know, I thought I was contributing, you know? So, you know, because I was a dumb kid, I was like, I don't know, I'll just copy-paste from this other source and put it over here, you know? And apparently that's a violation of TOS. You're not supposed to do that, actually. Again, I don't really remember all the details necessarily, but I think I saw like a message, and this is years later, by the way, because I never noticed until years later did I notice that actually you weren't supposed to do that, and they deleted my posts and be like, actually, you're not supposed to just copy and paste from a different like source or whatever. I'm assuming it's because maybe another translation group, you know, it's like that's against the rules. You can't just do that. I thought I was just sharing like a new chapter of like the Haruhi Suzumiya light novels, you know. I thought I was contributing, but actually you're not supposed to do that, which makes sense. Now I know it's like you're not supposed to just copy paste things from like a different place. But you know, that's why I think about like the internet these days as well. You know, people just do that. I guess people just repost things or just copy and paste things from like just a different source, and they don't realize that they're just stealing. Actually, you're not supposed to do that. You can't just repost something that you didn't make. Now I know. Lesson learned, but like I think something like that happened in the past. That's what it reminds me of, you know, as a kid. I was like, just stupid, I guess. I didn't realize. But you know, one of the few times I got scolded by like a mod, I think, from like a website, you know, a little embarrassing. Anyway, Kana.exe, Anon, or Anon, I guess. I always want to say Anon. I don't know why, because whenever I see Anon or Anon, you know, it's supposed to be short for anonymous, obviously. So I guess it's supposed to be pronounced Anon, right? Kana Anon. But I always want to say Anon because in my head, especially, I guess it originates from 4chan, but it's not always exclusively 4chan. But you know, when people refer to anonymous as if it's a person, they always shorten it to like Anon, right? And when I think in my head Anon, I think of it like as if it's a name, you know. So it's not really Anon to me. It's more like Anon, like hello Anon, you know. Anon, that sounds like a name to me, right? Like for some reason the username that represents every anonymous person ever, but like Anon, right? What's up, Anon? How's it hanging, Anon? You know, I don't know. In my head, it's Anon. Like, Anon did it again. Anyway, so that's why I always pronounce it as Anon, even though it's wrong. But like, I don't know. Anon just sounds right to me. Anon sounds like a name. Anyway, Kana, Anon says, is it true? I know what I saw. Apparently in 2007. That's horrible. And he's your friend? Was. There's no way I would stay friends with this monster. Why would he do such a thing? Who knows? He was always the gloomy kind, always alone at lunch. I feel like we're the one that's delusional. But anyway, what are you gonna do now? What do you mean? He said the police is useless, so what will you do? I don't know. I thought about beating the shit out of him, but that wouldn't bring her back. I see. So you're weak. That's all I need to know. I'm not weak. I'll go back and find real proof. The justice system is flawed. Carry out your own justice. Okay, Kana Anon, which I assume is a fan of Kana as well. I wonder, because the first thing I think of is the Kana is my princess, but Kana is my princess talks just like Kana, so I don't know. Maybe it's not that person. I'm just thinking like who else on this blog would talk like that, you know? They talk very formally, actually. I don't know, maybe just an anonymous person. We can't tell. I've also noticed that... oops. Okay. I noticed that... let me see. Okay. I mean, I'm just thinking like how... I'm just comparing the way Shin, I guess, talks to Kana, the way he talks to everyone else. But I guess it's about the same. Like, I wonder, like, if it is... You know, I mentioned the whole thing where, like, Shin is pretending to be a different person. But no, I guess it's straightforward. It is actually Shin. Because he talks the same way to everyone else, it seems like. I mean, everyone else seems to talk formally. It's only Kana that talks like that. Why is Kana, you know, you doing the I'm a ooh woo like quirky girl, you know, thing. She's doing that shtick. Anyway, the justice system is flawed. All right. Well, that's a lot of chat messages. That gives a little bit more background of who we are. I'm assuming, at least the owner of this desktop anyway. And how that's connected to Kana and how she disappeared. And that kind of implies that his friend... Which I don't know if it's true or not, because it's hard to tell because we are definitely very biased from Shin's perspective. At least from what we've seen so far. But it implies that his friend may have murdered Kana, possibly, but I'm suspicious because, like, why would it be that obvious, you know? Like, you know, this person seems genuinely worried about Shin, and then, you know, he just lets himself, you know, just lets his friend in without any really real worry. It seems like he didn't seem like he was worried. Or his friend was not worried about him going into his place that much. So it was weird. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a serial killer to me. We don't have the full story, so I'm not sure. We have a door code, but I don't know if that does anything. Is there anything we can search for, by the way? From all these little terms, is there an image we can find somehow? I'm not sure. Apparently Kana Anon. I'm gonna say Anon. Kana Anon is on, by the way. Seems like there's an online thing. They're on. In 406. I mean, I don't think I'll find anything, but yes. Oh, I can't do the underscroll, so it doesn't matter. I do feel like we need to find some kind of JPEG though, right? Like the studio, whatever. What else we need to find? Let's some kind of JPEG. What's this? Oh yeah, there's more to find actually. Hold on. Obviously, there's even more things to find. Let's see. That's the internet, by the way. The power of the internet. Anything in the trash? Oh, there's actually an image. What's this? Oh, I mean, that looks to be Shin. Shin and maybe his friend with the glasses, maybe? Is there a way to restore this? I don't know. Shin. I mean, who drew this? I'm not sure. Who would have drawn this? His friend, maybe? Again, assuming we're assuming this is Shin's desktop. Put it in the trash. I don't know. Oh, let me save the game. None of it matters. It's fine. I don't know if there's any progress necessarily. It's just me like looking at files. I mean, let's look at the Kana file. So there's Kana. So we can go back to the actual game, I guess. But we can also look at other things. Let's see. Let's look at items. Well, nothing in items. Key files. A map. No? Oh, we have to type. Interesting. Hold on. Do we have to type in like a JPEG here, or? I'm actually not sure. Well, let me write it down. There's a lot of numbers though. 42773 a.jpg 796F7527208 JPEG 6661756C7408. Okay, let me save these. I'm gonna save these. I'm gonna save this as a Kana.exe notes. So hopefully I'm getting it right. I'm just writing down these notes. It's feeling an ARG, you know, not really an ARG, but pseudo ARG. 697477308. Right? Is that correct? 196 F757. Okay, I don't know. Hopefully I'm getting it right. But apparently we can rename the file map. I don't know if this will be right, but can I do something like this? Is that wrong? I'm not sure. Do I have to put JPEG, maybe? Still missing hyperlink. Maybe not. I don't know. Does that do anything? I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. Like, I just want to open it. I don't know how to open it. Unless, well, actually, can I just open it like this? Oh, there you go. I can just do that. Okay, well, this is just like a animation sprite, I guess, you know? I don't know what this would... I don't know how I would use this. Layers. We'll turn off the layers for fun. Hit edit. Brightness? Okay. Does this do anything? What does this accomplish? I'm not sure. I can export it, maybe. I don't need to export. I'm going to save these changes. Huh. I don't know what this accomplishes, to be honest. Okay, we can open that up, but I don't know what that does. This is getting complicated. So the system... Oh, I can't, because we're missing access to the folder. We're not logged in as admin? Come on. Piero. Well, it says here Piero. So maybe we are a different person. I'm not sure. We're not Shin, we're just Piero? Or maybe that's a real name? I'm not entirely sure. I guess that's it. Kana repo has multiple pages. Oh, let me double check Kana repo. Ah, there you go. Okay, so that's why, by the way, that's why the help note mentioned. Okay, there's actually more to read. I actually not realize that. I feel like that some people might got stuck, you know, if they didn't realize that actually. Alright, so there's actually more. Let's read more of the Kana Revival project. This was archived by moderator. I guess Shin, you know, Shinigami, whatever. Posted something that violates TOS. What's this one? So this is, again, 2007. Yeah, I think this is after Shin and I think Kana met in real life. So, yeah. I was like, where's Kana? Has anyone made any progress to figure out what happened with her? I'm worried. Where's my princess? I miss her so much. You haven't seen that post, huh? Kana won't come back. What post? Stop being vague. Well, Demon Cat says, we shall respect Kana's privacy. She'll be back when it's the right time. Because his entire site screen is respecting her privacy. Lol, lol, lol. Okay. Archived. What's with all the archive posts? I'm kinda new. Is it normal for every other post to get archived? What's going on? I know so too, not just the posts. The comments get closed after a while too on every post. And the mods are super unsecure, lol. I'm just here for the clown show. Of course the Anons, I'll say Anons. Of course the Anons have the worst opinions. Don't talk if we can't pick a username, you know. These posts were archived because they're irrelevant to the site's purpose. Cool, so why are you closing the comment section in every post? Well, this one, ironically, this one wasn't closed. You can still comment. But... Archived? Oh, weird, I can click on it. It says archive, but I can actually click on it. Strange. Now, this is some Shinigami 406. It's me again. If anyone remembers my previous post, I went back to his apartment and found a strange file called Kana.exe on his computer. Seems like a harmless game file, but there's something creepy. Okay, interesting. Even though it's archived, you can click on it and contains the game. You know, I see it's on the store page, basically. It's how you download Kana.exe. I guess that implies that's, yeah, he got this from his friend. Mods, someone's trying to spread a virus through a forum. I've downloaded it. It's not a virus. What the fuck? It's so creepy. Wait, people are actually downloading this? Lol, you guys are so gullible. The plot thickens, says Cherry Blossom 14. Guys, I'm stuck, help! Are we supposed to read your mind? Make your own damn post. Wait, I'm confused. Who made this game? Someone obsessed with Kana, that's for damn sure. Massive creep show. Guys, I'm stuck, help. You know, I wonder, is it... It's funny because, you know, without context, it would be like, oh, okay, they're stuck in a part of the game, whatever, but they're not explaining what that means. But does that mean they're stuck as in they're stuck in the game? You know, did their mind get uploaded into the video game and now they're stuck there? Is that what that means? Anyway. What's this one? 0015. I collected something in the game with a video of Kana appearing on my desktop. I don't care, I got there. She's so cute. Are you serious? I knew this so-called game is a virus. You heard the video, you bastard? A video of Kana? I need to see this. I got it too, she's so pretty. Okay, well never mind. Kana's my friends did not get their soul sucked into the video game. They were just stuck in the game itself. They were stuck in the part of the game. They didn't know where to go. That's all. Anyway, Anonymous says, you're so beautiful, Kana. No one else concerned how this creep got her video though? Okay. Kana's my princess. I downloaded the game, but now I'm stuck. Help! Where are you stuck? You need to post more info. I found the 001 file, but I don't know where to go next. I'm stuck too. One of the files has the wrong name in the map folder. Just rename it without the typo. Well, actually, I didn't know what I actually clicked on it before I really understood what it even said. So I don't know what the typo is. Anyway, have you gotten past that? I lost some picture, but I'm not sure what to do. If you brought in the picture, use a code. I use Picture Studio. It comes with most PCs these days. Anyone figure out how to go into the school yet? I just placed the entrance PNG in the 17 photo with a transparent PNG. Okay. That's interesting. I don't know what that means exactly. Okay, so now we know we just need to, for this, we just needed to replace the name with something else. I don't know what it was supposed to be though. But replace it with a transparent, I don't know what that means. But hold on, let me open up this again. Apparently the way you're supposed to do it is to brighten it up. And that allows us to see a code? Is that what it was? I don't see anything. I don't really see anything. I'm not sure. Layer is locked. Can I unlock it somehow? It's missing hyperlink, so we can't even do anything with it. Nothing in items. Well, just so I don't confuse myself, I think you don't need to type it. You just need to type like, I don't know, image, PNG or whatever. It doesn't matter what the name is, I guess. It's just as long as you're able to open it. I get, because initially I think there was like a symbol in it, so that's why you couldn't open it initially, I guess. But you can just do that. But what does the internet say again? What is it? Oh, there's this one too. No spoilers. I can't open that, but. If you brighten the picture, it reveals a code. That's kind of what I did, but nothing happened. At least I don't see anything. Is it? You know, it reminds me of a game I played. I forget what game it was, but like... I was doing something similar where I was manipulating an image file, and it was super obvious, actually, what the thing was meant, but like, I still didn't know, because it was staring right at me in the face. I still don't know what it meant. You know? Brighten the image. I can click on that for some reason. I don't know why I can. That's kind of weird. What if I do this? No? I was trying to make it transparent, but I guess that doesn't work. I don't know. Apparently this reveals a code. I think? I don't see anything though. What code? Hello? A code? I don't see a code anywhere. You know, apparently this game is only an hour at most. Half an hour to 1 hour. Pretty sure this game will take the entire stream, actually. Because when you introduce puzzles like this, it's gonna take me 5 hours. Let's save again, just in case. I don't know. Yeah, let's go back to... I don't know, let's explore the Kana.exe a little bit longer. Maybe. Is there anything else I can do around here? Or is that it? Or do I need to go back to the desktop? Explore more thoroughly, maybe. Of course there's this place. This goes here. No, this is like this whole sequence I've already done, actually. Ah, I've already done this. Help. Trash can. Apartments. This just goes here. Window.png. Here you go. Okay, that's what it was. This is a while ago, so I didn't remember. You're supposed to put it as window.png. Here you go. Back desktop. Go back here. But that's the one thing I was missing. I need to put this as window.png. I think. And then let's go back. I remember seeing that a long time ago. It was the first things I noticed, and it's like I totally forgot. I was too engrossed in the whole world of this game. But let's see, it's this thing, right? I mean, we saw this before, like a little animation. I'm assuming we interact with it, and oh no! Ah! Hey, sequence! Run away! Ah! Which way to go? I don't know. This way. I guess I hopefully went the right way. Oh, never mind. Ah! Dead. Okay, well, I went the wrong way, I guess. Try that again. I'm assuming you're supposed to not get caught. Where's that window again? How long have I been playing? You know, it feels like a long time. It's only been like an hour and a half. An hour and 40 minutes. Specifically. Cut. Well, I think Kana did mention she likes cats. So. Where is it? I can't find it. You know, the downside of Yumi Nikki style type games. The one downside is that because it's like a, how do you say, a parallax? Is that the right word? You know, it's like a infinitely scrolling map that loops. It's kind of hard to tell where everything is. I mean, that's part of the charm because it's supposed to be like a little surreal and all that. But like, practically speaking, it's hard to find the landmarks and see where everything is. Okay. Alright, going this way now. There's another guy over there. I guess we'll go maybe this way. Oh, this way. Can't go that way, I guess. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to like bait him this way. A lot of hands. No hands everywhere. Okay, maybe I explore a little bit on the right. I don't know where the exit would be, but oh, what's this? You found a JPEG. Okay, you found a JPEG. Hooray! I think that is one of the missing hyperlinks necessary for the Photoshop file. I'm assuming that's it, unless there's any other Easter eggs anywhere. Actually, what's over here? Oh, nothing. Oh, okay. That's tricky, actually. I didn't know it was covered by the hand. And nothing. Okay. It looks like it's nothing. I can't tell, but I'm assuming that's it. It seems to all go in a circle. Ah! Alright. And that's it for that little place. I'm assuming you go to desktop again. Save the game, though. JPEG. This is what this is. Obviously, we need to maybe brighten it up. Who is that? I'm assuming Kana? Why are we stalking Kana? I thought we were talking to Kana, though. So we're not... Are we a stalker, or are we just a yandere boyfriend? I don't know. Anyway. Let's see. Let's open it up. Let us brighten it up. Ta-da! And now we have a code. I guess I'll write that down real quick. Let's see. Image code is 969W plus W7M. Here's the hue. Oh, no hue, because it's black and white. Can I save? Save complete. You can save it. Export? I can just save over the original. Okay. Let's see. I wonder if that affects this somehow. Not really. No missing JPEGs, it seems like. We have a code. And that's cool and all, but where do we input this code? I haven't really found a place to put a code somewhere. Gosh. Internet, you know? 9.6. I mean, this probably doesn't do anything. I'm just guessing, because it's the only place I would input text, you know? Nothing. Okay. Anime. No anime. Anime does not exist. Only one blog, by the way. It's like a whole... Apparently Kano's world is like a whole, like... There's a whole fan base, but like there's only one blog. Where's the rest of the blog? don't see it. Anyway. So let's see, some more hints. So you place the entrance PNG in the 17 folder, the transparent PNG. 17 folder? I haven't seen like a 17 folder though. It's not something I've seen. Can I restore this somehow? You know? Apparently there's a 17 folder, but I didn't see anything like that at all. Kana, JPEG, key files. I mean, this is Maple like 007. It's not 17, right? It's not the same thing. Oops, I didn't even do that. I don't want to click on that again because it's gonna make me remember how to. I forget what the original word is gonna be one of these days. I can't access that. Obviously, just trash. I can't. There's no. I haven't. They mentioned a folder that I haven't seen. Apparently, they say what's up with file 2 and 3, but you know it's funny. No spoilers. Haven't gotten that far. I also haven't gotten that far actually. So I don't know if I want to be spoiled on that yet. Kana beta. Well, I guess, okay, well, by the way, well, I get it now. The reason why we only see one post of this blog is because this is just like an archived blog, right? Kind of like the Internet Archive, you know? That's why we don't see the other blogs. The whole point of this repo revival project or whatever is to find those old blogs and, you know, bring them back. But they only have this so far, I guess. That's the only one they have. Chapter. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where else to go. 969W plus W7M. Unless I want to rename this to that, maybe? I don't know, that's a thing I could do, but... I don't know, I feel like it wouldn't do anything. Okay, hold on, let me... Where's it? I'll probably just change it back. I'll just keep it as window PNG. It's what its purpose is for. Alright. Go back to Kana. Maybe. I don't know where to use the image code for, though. Where would the image code go? This is quite the conundrum. Can I somehow interact with these? There's that obviously, but I already went there. Can't interact with this cat. There's some kind of code here, but it's kind of hard to read. Long string of numbers. Maybe I should search more thoroughly. I haven't really, like, clicked on everything, so maybe there's something I need to click on. This cursor looks suspicious, but it doesn't do anything. I don't know. I don't know what to do. And we already went inside there, right? I think that always leads to the area we saw before, right? Yeah, we went over here already. Is there anything I'm missing over here, I wonder? That's what I'm wondering as well. Because obviously I always find that one place, I think, that always leads to the same place. Or leads to the same place. I'm wondering if there's a different one somewhere, a different entrance points. Entrance points? Entrance point? I already went inside here, right? I think so. And that always leads to the apartments, I think. That doesn't lead anywhere in particular. Or this? What? I went here already? No, that leads there. Okay. That leads us back to the main area. Okay, let me go a little bit further down. I mean, this is like a important part, like a crossroad or something here, but nothing happens when I touch it. I got nothing to talk about. It's just silence. Hold on. Let me drink some water, actually. Anyway, but I'm just wondering, like, where do I use this image code? You know, the whole repo thing. I feel like it's just meant to be like a in-game hint system, really. But even with the hint system, it's like it's kind of still hard. Maybe I should spoil myself, you know, because the next thread talks about like file 2 and 3. Maybe there's a person that says like, how did you get those files? You know, it's like whatever. But they also mentioned like a school. Apparently, there's a school, and you gotta make the image transparent. But I haven't even reached that part yet. What school? You know, what folder? 17 folder? What? Never heard it. Or never heard about it. So. I'm assuming by making transparent, they just mean like, you know, hiding the layer, if I had to guess. Maybe, I'm assuming that's how that works. But again, I haven't even reached that part. Where would that even be? I already went here, right? I already went here. I already went here. Let me do it again, just in case. In fact, can I do this? No, that just goes back there. Making sure I'm not missing anything. I think this whole sequence is pretty straightforward, though, right? There's no secrets here. I go through the entrances, and then it just leads to an end. It's confusing now. What? Oh, I'm going backwards. Okay. Ooh, I didn't know. I didn't think to interact with that door because I just assumed it was a fake door. I mean, just like a lot of, basically the rest of the game, you know, most of the objects, they don't talk to you or anything, you know. I didn't know you can interact with this one particular door. I thought it was like just there for like aesthetic purposes. But here you go. All right, so it's asking for a password. 8-letter password. I'm assuming it's, I don't know. There's at least 2 I can think of. Let's see. There's an image code I got before. Is that 8 letters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is. Okay, I was thinking of the door code for the friend, but obviously that's in, well, quote-unquote real life, so I don't know if that counts. But I'm assuming you're supposed to put this one. Also, my character moves. There you go. Okay. Okay, this was the right way. I really thought that door was fake. I thought it was a fake door. As I mentioned before, I had a whole rant about how like in open world games, you know, most of the doors in like an open world sandbox game in like a city or whatever is fake. But like turns out that's a real door. What the heck? Anyway. You. Oh, now we're over here. Oh, is this supposed to be Shin or whatever? I'm not sure. Just relaxing on a bench in the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean. No access to proper food and water. Ah! Hello? Very Yumi Nikki, by the way. The jump scare you with like a face. That's cool, anyway. Your neck is a little twisted. Okay, Anything else you want to say? No? Okay, anyway. I found 002.png. Hooray! Error. Okay. That was kind of scary. But what's 002.png? Oh, it's just this, I guess. Kana again. Random, like, I'm assuming abandoned, you know, a park, a playground. Randomly. Okay, I wonder what that means. Can I open it in the studio? I change the hue. Okay. Darkness. Light. Doesn't really reveal anything. I just have a PNG. Okay. I click on here sometimes, but that's where every image, though. I think doesn't really matter. I'm gonna save it. Okay. Well, that's kind of it. Just another like reference to Kana again. But now what? Any new folders? Oh, okay. Well, the game didn't tell me that I actually got a new folder. Map 17. There you go. So entrance. Okay. Well, we know the answer already. I kind of wish. Well, let's see. I mean, let's go back to the game itself. I say game. I mean, this is the game, but you know, the game within the game. I kind of already know the answer, but like, I want to see. Oh, here it goes. I want to see the difference. Like, why do we have to manipulate something, right? Okay, we're playing as a new character now. Again, I'm assuming this is Shin, maybe? Like, it's weird because it's a game within the game, so like it's a metaphorical like representation of Shin, but not really Shin because we are Shin. But I don't know. Okay. Walking in the streets. You know, again, like, because the game definitely is very much influenced by Yumi Nikki and everything, all the surrealism and all that. And I do like it. It's really cool, by the way, how like it combines that with the whole like pseudo. You know, I forget what we call it. You know, like unfiction or like pseudo like ARG style type stuff. You know, fourth wall breaking. I don't know what we call it, but like I do like how like combines those elements. Actually, it's kind of cool. Of course, this is locked. We know the solution to that, but I kind of want to explore some more. I guess it's kind of like a representation of that picture, you know, that picture where she was in like a weird, not weird, but like she was in a playground, and there was like a fence, you know, it was kind of gray. So maybe she was in this area. It was just a random playground in the city. Some more of these weird NPCs. Ah. Okay. Ooh, what's here? Oh, it's stairs, apparently. Going up? Oh, back over here. Oh, these are fake doors, you know? It's like, these are fake doors. Now I gotta check out, you know, the game tricked me, you know? I feel like now I should check all the doors. I mean, this one looks unique, so... Entrance code. 406... Why is it opening the thing? 406... 989. I'm using my number pad, by the way. Maybe that's why. There you go. Okay, it was, by the way, it was the code for his friend. That ties into the whole plot. Well, what did he find? His friend's place. I'm assuming the dead body of Kana somehow. Hello? Oh, Jester. Okay, is that the representation of his friend? The Jester that we saw in the beginning? Maybe? Yeah, nothing else it seems like. Hello? Not it. Kind of a shame, I wish it was a bit more. But I guess it was just the fading existence of his clown friend. What do you call jesters clowns? I don't know. Is it the same thing? Not sure. When I think of jesters, though, now I can't think of anything but Pomni. You know, I didn't really watch much of the, you know, that animation. What do you call it? What's it called? Amazing Digital Circus or something like that. Is it Amazing World? No, that's not right. That's a different thing. I think it's Amazing Digital Circus or something like that. I don't know. It became viral. You know, the freaking like pilot project. And now Pomni is, I can't think of gestures without thinking of Pomni now. You know, I don't really know much about the actual animation. I think I watched like one episode, maybe. I don't remember much from it. It seemed okay. I mean, I like the existential dread, the kind of like the horror aspect of it. That's kind of like in the background. I don't know. That seems to be just kind of like a, you know, cool little cartoon, just from what I can tell. Anyway, I guess that's it. Seems to be anyway. Can't seem to do anything else. So I guess we'll head back. Though I don't know there's much to do around here. You know, I was gonna say, you know, this little like urban area. When I have dreams, you know, like, you know, speaking of like Yumeniki and all that, you know, when I have dreams, I think I mentioned this before, I mentioned it again, is that most of my dreams are kind of like this, actually. It's like I'm in the city somewhere, but like it's obviously like a weird, vague, like fake city that doesn't actually exist, but in my head, when I'm dreaming, I can't really tell. But like it's an amalgamation of like an urban area, you know, and I'm just walking in an urban area. Like I often go into like a mall or something, and I often get lost, you know, like I don't know where I'm going exactly. I know I'm going somewhere. In fact, sometimes I think I remember, you know, I think I'm going to school or something, though I've already graduated. I keep having school dreams when I already graduate. I'm not a student anymore, but I still have school dreams. Like I'm going to like university or something, or high school even, and I'm just going somewhere, but I get lost and I don't know exactly where I'm going, you know? I think it's because, again, it's like, I think it's only until recently have I ever really used Google Maps, you know? I never really had like a smartphone for the longest time. I mean, at this point I've had it for like at least a few years, but for most of my childhood anyway, I just never had like a smartphone, right? Unlike the younger generation these days, but even then, you know, I was just kind of too poor to like afford a smartphone. And so I never really had like an app, you know, to like, or data even, to like search up like a map or something. So I often would get kind of like, not lost, like in real life I wouldn't get lost, but I would have anxiety about if I need to go somewhere new. Like I would definitely just like figure out the directions before I go. But like when I'm traveling to the new place, I wouldn't really, I couldn't really check, right? I would just have it written down in my directions, you know, I gotta take this bus, you know, and go to this intersection, you know, and stuff like that. But it would just be by hand, you know, it would just be manually. I wouldn't have the, you know, GPS or anything like that. But anyway, I think that's where the anxiety comes from, by the way. You know, when people say there's like meanings in your dreams, like to me it's very obvious why I have certain dreams. But anyway, that's partly why, right? Why I always have these dreams where I get lost in like an urban area is because I have anxiety about like going somewhere and like maybe I get the directions wrong or something. Nowadays, I just look it up on my Google Maps, you know? But I still have those dreams, I feel like. Those weird anxiety dreams that don't really exist anymore. So I do remember, there's at least one dream, it's very vague. I don't really have a dream journal, but like I vaguely remember these dreams. But there's at least one instance I think where it's the same dream. I'm like in the urban area. I'm kind of lost. I don't know where to go exactly. I never asked for directions, by the way. You know, stereotype of like a guy never asking for directions, but you know, in my dream anyway. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, no items. Weird. Okay, maybe I need an item there. Interesting. Anyway, we'll just save and head back to desktop. I was gonna say though, like, there's definitely one dream I had where I did like pull up my phone, right? Because I remember, oh, wait a minute, I have a smartphone. Let me just look it up on Google Maps. But like, for some reason, of course, in your dream, like it doesn't work, you know? Like for some reason, I'm looking at the map, it's all blurry. And it's like, wait a minute, where am I? You know, it's like not working properly. Is it freezing? Something like that. So something always goes wrong. I don't know. Anyway, but let's see. So we've made some progress. So that's cool. We already know the answer because of the answer to progress because of a post over here. They kind of spoil it. They just kind of say out straight out, but like basically they said to change it into a transparent PNG. Though I guess I don't know, how would you know that in the first place? I wonder, you know, like how would you think to do that? You know, you wouldn't know how the files interact with the game. I feel like. Anyway, but it is cool though that you can manipulate the files and it affects the game. So that's all we need to do. I think we need to just go back and like just change the file to a transparent PNG and then we can progress. For now though, let me just save the game again. And it's been about 2 hours, so I am going to take a quick break. Funny, the game says like, you know, people will probably beat this game way faster, but like, you know, the game says like, it's about 20 minutes. You know, it's about 20 minutes. Also has 2 endings, by the way. I don't know if I need to replay the game somehow. It's only 20 minutes. You know, that's all. At least minimum, anyway. And it's like, for me, it's going to be like the whole stream. Anyway. But yeah, I'm going to take... excuse. I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab a snack, go to the washroom, and I'll come back after a few minutes to continue playing Kana.exe. It's actually pretty interesting. It's actually, I like it a lot, actually. It's a combination of a lot elements of, you know, like, I don't know what you call it. I don't know if it's a horror game, kind of horror-ish type games, kind of creepypasta type games, you know, that I like, actually. I like these little small elements, especially when it's combined in a very interesting way. Oh, it's really cool. So I do want to continue playing it. So I'll be right back after a few minutes. I'll just leave the 10 hours of rain ASMR in the background, I guess. BRB. Actually, let me check if close my door properly. So make sure the room is quiet. Anyway. All right. Let's continue. Actually, I wonder if the, I mean, probably. I was gonna say the rain sound effects, probably copyright claimed, if I had to guess. You know? So that BRB, you know, probably is copyright claimed and therefore disables the monetization of the live stream, which doesn't really matter that much, to be honest. I don't really monetize my live streams anyway. I don't know. If I want to make it into a video, though, something to pay attention to. Anyway, so what are we doing? So the next step in our Kana.exe investigation is, I believe we need to go back over here and open up the file from this folder, the key files, map 17. Open this up. You know, it's funny, map 17, map 07. It's like, I think these are like RPG Maker folders, I think. But we can open this up. Apparently this is the entrance to the school. What we need to do is not change it red or blue. I wonder actually if we do that and save it, does it do anything? I don't know. What we want to do is simply boop, make it go away. Is that how that works, by the way? That just hides it. I mean, that just hides the layer. So I guess if you save it, you know, it just becomes like, yeah, it does. And you like compress it, you know? What do you call it? I don't know what you call it, but like you merge the layers. Because normally there'd be like multiple layers in like an image, you know, like a Photoshop image. If you just hide it, you know, you don't exactly delete it if you just hide it. But if you save it, I guess, it just wouldn't appear. Anyway, so we did that. We go back to the executable, which, by the way, apparently is made by Piero09023, apparently, which is also the desktop username, so I wonder what that means. It makes me think, like, I mean, is Shin and Piero the same person? Or is it a different person, actually? Piero. I mean, it makes me think of Piero. Is that like a clown name? Is it a reference to the jester, maybe? I don't know. I don't know why Piero makes me think of clowns. Anyway, alright, well, let's go in here. I wonder what's in school. Oh, some eyes. Alright. More eyes. They're watching you. I don't have any privacy because they're always watching you or something. What's that song? I always forget what the song is. They're always watching you and I've got no privacy or something. I never know any mainstream songs unless people use it in like a YouTube video or something, you know? They like use it as a meme or something. Otherwise, I don't know where you listen to like mainstream songs. I feel like I'm just, I don't know. Like I'm obviously not a normie, but I'm definitely not a normie when it comes to music because all I know is a Vocaloid and like anime songs. I don't know any mainstream stuff unless it's a meme, you know? Unless it comes from a meme. PNG. Hooray! Okay. What I was gonna say, yeah, I never know any mainstream stuff because I guess you would listen to like on a radio or something, right? But like, where would you listen to the radio unless you have your own radio, which is, I feel like is really old-fashioned. I guess a car, you know, but I don't have a car to be honest. So I don't know where you would listen to mainstream songs. Anyway, this is your fault. Blue screen. No, not my computer. What the heck? Why is the haunted game.exe, you know, blue screen my computer? Anyway, we're back here. This is different though, because we're playing as a different character. I'm assuming, I mean, this looks like when, I mean, just like in the game, you know, when we use that room code, it implies that this is our friend's house, right? We're using his computer, I guess. Is that what it is? You know, that explains a few things, you know, why the username desktop, or rather the username for the desktop computer is Piero instead of Shin. But we can log in to our Shin account because we are Shin. You know, we're just logging in from a different computer. I'm assuming that's what it is, and this is the same like layout from what we saw, at least in the game. Can't go in there, apparently. Dirty dishes, computer. In the beginning of the game, though, we were playing as Kana, though. We kind of woke up as Kana, and I thought it was a normal room, but I guess it's just the apartment layout. Anyway. Hello? Knock knock. It's Kana. It's your angel. It's your VTuber Oshi that you give $5 or $4.99 a month. Every month. For several years, you know? Tier 3 subscriber I think is more expensive, but anyway. Oh, it just kind of ends there, okay. It's like, you did it! You found Kana. She's your angel. Your anime waifu angel. And she will forever love you. And that's it, you know? Totally not a delusion. Totally not yourself, you're not totally not deluding yourself. Okay, that's kind of weird. Kind of ends there? Wait a minute. So that only happens if I open up the third file, right? Did I save? I don't think I saved. You have to like redo that part, so... Hold on, let me do that again, I guess. Did I? Let me open up this again. Okay, we're gonna have to do that again. Obviously, that's one ending. The store page does mention that there are multiple endings, however, so that is not the only ending. If anything, I feel like that's the fake ending, if I had to guess. Because it doesn't resolve anything, I feel like, you know? Maybe not, the game doesn't have to resolve things, but, you know, it doesn't explain much, I feel like, you know? It's just kind of like, you open the door and she's there, like, what are you talking about? Like, if I had to guess, she's freaking dead. She's not alive. You're crazy. Okay, let's try again. Let's go to school, everybody. Where we learn about eyeballs. Everyone's eyeballs. You just stare at their eyeballs. PNG. Not JPEG, a PNG. These days we use PNGs, okay? Well, technically, in the game's context, it's like 2007 or something. In 2007, do people use PNGs? I don't know, is that like a... what's it called? Anachronism? Or what's it called again? What was it called? Anachronism.
Anachronism.
Anachronism. I don't know, I spell it, I'm pronouncing it completely wrong.
Anachronism.
Anachronism. Anachronism. Basically something that didn't exist, you know, in the setting that it's in, but it's there anyway, right? I don't know, actually. I don't know if PNGs existed actually in 2007. I have no idea. I don't think so, but I do not know for sure. Okay, so we don't want to open a PNG. Well, for one, we want to save. So we don't get the same ending again. Let's do a little bit more digging. Let's go back to the revival project and read the thread about file 2 and 3. Anonymous says, "What's up with file 2 and 3? I'm getting really weird vibes. No spoilers, I haven't gotten that far." Nobody asked. "I don't like file 2, kinda looks sad. Is my game corrupted? File 3 was completely black." Interesting. I think it's supposed to be that way. Mine was completely black too. Same here. "Guys, someone's been knocking on my door ever since I finished the game. I'm too scared to go check." "What the hell? Someone's been knocking on my door as well." "It would be all over soon, Shin," says Kana herself. Okay. She was just a quirky e-girl, you know? Social media influencer. Why is she haunting people? As like a angel of death, you know? Anyway, anything to search here? I feel like there's nothing to actually search here, I feel like. Carry your own justice. I feel like the idea, I mean, based on that ending we just got, I feel like... Why does it say that? I feel like we are in our friend's apartment, right? Snooping around on his computer. Exactly because we found that little weird haunted game. And that's what we're doing right now. I'm thinking, or are we like... I don't know, I still can't really tell, but I think we're Shin. I mean, it seems like we're Shin. We're snooping, trying to find Kana, right? But I think partly we're just crazy, I feel like. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's happening. Beautiful. What is that? I can't tell. It's kind of small on my end. Looks like a potato. Some kind of dog. Like a weird cartoon dog. Anyway. Alright, so we don't want to open this yet, I feel like. Because if we do, the game will explode. Can you open it here, by the way? Or do we... Wait. I thought we had that already. Or... Yeah, that's just that. You open it again, and it's just this. Kind of weird. Maybe the game doesn't intend for you to do that, actually. Oh, you know what? Actually, no. Okay, I've only just noticed it. Piero is this, right? It's this thing. This little weird thing. I don't know what that is, but... That creature. Okay, kind of weird that... I don't know, did the game expect you to open the third PNG through the Photoshop? I'm not sure. Doesn't seem to be different at all. Same. Can open this, but I haven't really figured out what the missing hyperlinks are. There's this, obviously. Not items. You know, the game implied there were items because I interacted with the fence and said there was an item we can use, but I didn't get that. Anyway, well, what if I open up Kana.exe again? Oh, no turning back. Interesting. Huh. So we can't. It's kind of nothing there. Kind of glitchy there. Why is it showing trash everywhere? What about Piero? No, nothing. Can't find anything like that. You know, when I search Kana, it just shows this. It's kind of weird. I don't know what that means, actually. Kana probably means something in Japanese. Or some kind of pun. I'm not sure. Possibly? I have no idea. That's kind of weird. Wait, what? Wasn't there more comments? There's like more comments about like, you know, about people opening up file 3 and then they saw something weird. But there, I don't see anything else. Ah, strange. Huh? Very strange. Okay, well, I think the only thing I can do is just open it up again. Maybe something's different now? Or maybe that's not intentional. Like, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but like, it seems like... I think, unless I'm misremembering... This is just from before. But when I click on this thread, there was more comments, right? But those comments are gone now. And I don't know why. Is it because the people who opened those files got their soul deleted? I don't know. Their existence got erased from the world somehow? Very strange. Anyway. Oop. Hey, what's up? This is your fault. Computer crashed again. In the game, anyway. Hana's knocking on the door as usual. Can't go that way. Seems to be the same ending, but let's see. Hello? Kana, the angel. Same as usual. I don't know. Like, I feel I kind of implied that maybe we were snapping out of the delusion, but no, this is the same ending. I don't know what else you're supposed to do differently. I'm not entirely sure. Unless I had to restart from that earlier save somehow, but I don't know what else you're supposed to do. Hold on. I mean, let me look at some hints, maybe from the game page. Maybe there's something we can find. Maybe just like a guide, you know? It's like a small thing, but I just want to figure out like what the questions is. Okay, I don't know. I mean, the game. When did this game come out? Actually, I don't know when it came out. It came out a month ago. About. I don't know how to like get the other ending. This is gonna be a conundrum. I feel like. My brain got broken. I don't know how I beat this game, but I fell butt backwards. I don't know why I'm talking like that anyway. Dude, this person loves it. Oh my god, I love it. Funny, it's kind of like the comments in the game, you know? Just like the similar archetypes, you know? Similar people in the actual like game itself posting those fake comments are just like in real life. You know? Art imitates life. General comments and feedback. Spoilers. A retribution post actually linked to an ending you have to implement. Okay, well, interesting. There's some kind of attachment, I guess, for another thing. But the other ending is related to file 1. Okay, file 1. Wait, that's a hint at least. So that's some kind of hint. I don't know if it's too late though to do anything about it since I've already got all the PNGs. But I wonder if... So we need to figure out the answer to this. Wow. Missing hyperlinks. I mean, I guess we gotta find the other JPEGs, basically. But I don't know. 666175. We have this, but that's not correct. This is just this image. Can I somehow rename these images? I don't know. I can't rename. You know, F2, you know F2 is like kind of like the Windows shortcut for like rename a file, actually. I had to do that a lot because I had to change my file names for like thumbnails and all that. Eventually I learned that you press F2, it's much faster than pressing right click and then rename. Well, actually, I actually did press F2, but that's obviously, does something else in the game. That's like a random thing there. What's this thing? I don't know. Again, I tried this already, I think. But I guess I'll do it again, just for fun. I don't know, obviously we'll do anything, but 6974277308 JPEG. Does that do anything? Oh! Wait, what? It does? That's not how Google works. You can't just search like a file name and find the specific file from Google, can you? Maybe, actually, I don't know, but... Okay, so that's what you're supposed to do. Huh. Hold on. I got something here. I'm gonna download that. Download complete. You are supposed to type it out. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought you're supposed to find it somewhere in the game itself, like the game within the game, rather. It might be, again, it might be too late at this point because I don't think I can go back to the game. Oh, hold on, wait, that's not right. Did I type it wrong? 52720a.jpg. Oh, weird. Maybe I typed it wrong. Let's try this one. 666-756c-408.jpg. Okay, this one's correct. The other one I must have typed wrong. Hold on, let me open it up again. Interesting. Ah, this is the fence cutter. That's what it was. I think, yeah, okay. I need to reload in the earlier save in that case, but let's see. I just want to double check. I must have wrote this wrong. 796 7 5 7 5. Oh, I must have put. Oh, cool. Not hard to tell. So many characters. 796 F 7 5 7 2 0. Yeah, I put an extra 2, I guess. Yeah, no turning back. I don't think it matters at this point. Oh, I can't. At least on this save file. So let me reload to the earlier one. How about this one? Oh, that one I can't either. Let me reload this one. Nope, not that one either. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. This one? Okay, this is one before I got the third PNG. Okay. Alright, let's go back to the internet. Let's not search anime. Let's go search the images again. 697427730.jpg. Load. Again, it's funny because I do feel like searching for like a file name, especially one that's like not a human file name, you know, not written by a human. Random characters. I feel like it's not a normal thing to do. That's not how Google works, I feel like. I mean, you can reverse image search, I guess. I think you do. Find like a specific file. I mean, unless it's like uploads like a particular site, that specific file name. I feel like that's just not how it works. I don't know, whatever. Magic, I guess. Magic! Alright, so you look at these little JPEGs and they're like, what are these random images of like, I guess peeling paint, you know, on like old walls is what it looks like to me. Obviously, you open it up in this file, it creates a little like tool. Needs to be some kind of fence cutter, maybe. It's locked. Can I just save it? Oh, export. Export here. Well, export in items. Is that what it is? Okay, because you make the actual item by exporting an image somehow. I can't speak. Exporting an image somehow. You know what? Whatever, it's fine. I mean, supernatural is like, whatever. Okay, I mean, let's save the game again. This time. Just checking, okay. Hey, that's Kana with like color, by the way. It's the very beginning of the game. Never seen her color very often. In fact, at all until at the very beginning. Yeah, let's go back to Kana.exe. Alright. And so, by creating that little image from our Google image results, I think we can activate this little fence. You cut it up. Allows us to go over here. Stock image effect of someone being punched is what it sounds like. Uro, 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 uro. More like being stabbed. Who's being stabbed? Who's that? I mean, that's the jester, you know? You see the hat is missing? Or not missing, but it's on the ground, rather. Being stabbed over and over again. It seems to be missing, like, limbs? I think it's a corpse at this point. Well, anyway. I found a key. Amazing. You guys good? You guys having fun here? I'm like, kind of like, oh. Can I see some of the action? Can I join in? Let some stress relief, maybe? I don't know. Well, anyway. I'm assuming it represents the friend, right? I think so. And how, like, somehow we're blaming him for Kana's disappearance, but again, I'm not entirely sure how true that is. Is it his fault, or are we just assigning the blame to him for no reason? Anyway, that's that. So we have a key. I don't know what the key is for, though. I mean, let's see. Let's go back to desktop, actually. Because unlike a normal game, maybe we don't use it from the game itself, but we actually have to open it up. Oh, never mind. Nothing here. Okay. Let's go back, I guess. Do I still have the key? I do. Okay. Well, I have the key, but now what? I don't know. Wonder if we use it or something, or do we just keep it the whole time? Bunch of people here. You know, actually I wonder, like, maybe I should go back to the apartment? Because it did show that, you know, in that area, the jester person getting stabbed over and over again, so maybe that implies we need to go back to his apartment? And use the key, because it belongs to him? Possibly, maybe? I don't see anything, though. No, nothing. It seems to be interactable. I don't know. Okay. It was just a hunch, but I guess it was not correct. Unless there's another door I can open. Okay, well, let's head back. Otherwise, there's only one way to go. It's just to go back to the school and everything and get the third file. Which, I'm kind of hesitating because I'm like, I don't know if I need to do that again. Hold on. Game? I thought I made this transparent, but can I just use the key? Oh, I can just use the key. Interesting. Instead of making it transparent, I just use the key instead. Okay. It seems to link to the same area, though, so I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see. I'm hoping something changes, though. And... hold on, can I go back? Okay, just making sure. Oh, it's a secret where you have to go back somehow. You found PNG. Amazing. Meh. Alright, I'll save one more time. I'm hoping now that's, that changes something. I swear, wasn't there more? Am I crazy? I could be crazy. I swear there are more comments for this thread. Am I misremembering it somehow? I mean, I have video proof, you know? I have a VOD. But still, I'm not trusting my own memory. Anyway, so there you go. So that's kind of like an alternative way to get into that school, but I don't know. Can open this up for fun. I changed the brightness. Change the color. Wow. Okay. This one more time. It's Kana. Anime girl. We're in the playground. And this one. Someone looking inside a closet somehow. I mean, I can only assume that he kidnapped Kana and put her in a closet or something. I don't know, but... I mean, this seems to be the same. I mean, I guess we'll open the door again just to see. Unless there's something else I can do somehow. No? Oh, this is different. Wait, we don't see anyone. No one there. I wonder who that was. Oh. Anyway. Hello? What was that sound at the end? I don't know what that sound was supposed to be at the end there. But I guess that was Kana, but like she's all covered in blood. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure. It's very ambiguous. I don't know. Okay, and then does it end there? That's it? Damn it. It was always... I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure what that means exactly. I don't know if there's anything more I could find. And there's the internet, I guess, but that's kind of it. There. There's this, of course. I don't know. I guess it's like, it's just left ambiguous. I'm not entirely sure what the story is, but I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I don't know. I think, hold on, let me, again, I just want to double check. Is anything I'm missing somehow? But, I don't think so. I don't know. Oh, that closes the entire game. I actually want to go back to the main menu. Hold on. I also want to start like the very beginning. I don't know if it does anything, but I just want to see like a little bit more because I feel like I didn't explore the very beginning that much. I kind of like went through outside the door. I just want to see if there's any clues. I mean, yeah, she's just kind of like wakes up. Okay, it's rain. And this is the computer again and all that. Right? Or did I can't remember. I think I checked the computer, right? But, you know, this looks exactly just like the apartment that we see Shin in. I'm assuming Shin. A friend's apartment. I don't know. It's like, what's the story here? Who's the friend? Like, my guess is maybe I don't think so. I was thinking, like, is the friend somehow connected to Kana? I'm not sure. There's not enough of a link, really, to link them together, you know? Not enough of a connection. Why is Kana, like, waking up here? It could be that this is not Kana, this is Shin. Somehow deluding himself into thinking he's Kana. Waking up and then checking the computer. I don't know, because most likely at this point, I'm assuming, you know, at this point he's killed his friend? I don't know, I mean, that's part of my theory, right? Like, he killed his friend and all that, and is living in his house to look for clues about Kana, but even though that's not true, I think he's just delusional. Anyway, let's, we can load here. Not much to do here, though. I mean, I was gonna look at this. 2006. 2006, October. This is December, though. It's like 2 months after. Busy. Okay, thanks. I was wondering that, again, I was wondering if his friend knew anything about Kana. It doesn't seem like it, though. Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. Especially if you look at the trash can, you know. I think the other guy right here, the guy with the glasses, I think that's his friend. Which I don't think we ever got a name for him, but like, I think that's just his friend, right? And he put it in the garbage because he's like, again, delusional and thinking that his friend is at fault for Kana disappearing, but that's just not true, I guess. I don't know. Weird. Anyway. Actually, how do I go back to just the main menu? I guess to close the game. But I'll just close the game. And then reopen it. I just want to be on the main menu. Alright. Well, I guess that's it for this game. I think I got the 2 endings. I think it's implied the developer might update the game for like something else. But for now, anyway, for this version, I'm pretty sure that's most of the game. Or at least, I think all of the game? I'm assuming it's all of the game or most of the game, I don't know. But it's all we can get out of this exe file. And I think so. Here's my theory, by the way. So now that we're done and everything, my theory is just a game theory or whatever. But like my theory is that we are Shin, right? We are Shin. We have an online relationship with Kana, this like e-girl or whatever, as it turns out. Freaking like Discord moderator groomer. But anyway, but we have an online relationship with her and everything. At some point we met, I think. But I think it's heavily implied that Shin is not he's not mentally stable. And I think at some point, I'm pretty sure something happened between them. Maybe like, I don't know, his personality or the way he's acting and everything. I think Kana got the ick, whatever. I think we call it like the ick. Basically she wasn't really into it, as opposed to when they were like chatting whatever online, when they actually met in real life. She's like, maybe not, maybe this can't be a thing. But Shin was like definitely very, probably, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm projecting, I have no idea, but like, I think Shin is like jealous, right? He's like obsessive. So he most likely forced her to stay and probably hurt her, maybe killed her, I don't know. Because the endings seem to imply that she's dead. Especially the one where she's like covered in blood and everything. I mean, she could be a zombie, I don't know, but like, I think she's dead. So most likely Shin killed her out of like some kind of jealous rage or something. That's what we saw in the third JPEG. We see a perspective shot, right, of her looking through the closet. She's like inside a closet and Shin is looking, from the outside in. Maybe at that point she's already dead, I don't know, but like that's what I think anyway. Again, there's no definitive proof as far as I can tell, but it seems like he killed her, right? He killed her, hit her corpse or whatever, and that's kind of what happened. If any, I think he might even hid it in his friend's, like, because that's the same closet we saw in that apartment, right? And so, most of the game, like in real life, is taking place at his friend's apartment, and I think what happened, well, I can't tell, but I think what happened is like he hid the corpse in his friend's house, right? In his friend's apartment and everything. The one time he went over, maybe, or maybe not, I'm not sure. Hard to tell, actually. Well, I'm not sure exactly. Again, it's hard to tell the timeline, because I don't know if he killed her right away, or, he did the yandere thing where he kept her in his house, for a long time and then killed her. I don't know, but, at some point, he killed her, I think. And I think in his like deluded state, right? Because he still loved her, quote unquote, I guess. Or like, I don't know, some kind of, weird manifestation of her. He couldn't accept that he was the one that killed her, I guess. And so assigned the blame to his friend instead, and like in some weird, I don't know what we call it, but in some kind of weird psychosis, put the corpse of Kana in his friend's house and then be like, why did you do this? How could you do this? Or whatever. Is that like a meme or something? I don't know. Like the meme about like putting what's it called? The stick, like you're riding a bicycle, you put the stick in your own wheel or something, and then you fall on the ground, like how, and then you blame some random thing and not yourself. But anyway, I think that's what happened, right? In this weird delusional state, he blames his friend for killing Kana, even though he's the one that did it. He just erases the memory of that, and it couldn't be me, obviously, because I love her, whatever. And so I think at that point, it's also heavily implied, and though no direct evidence, it's heavily implied that the friend is also dead. I think the friend, Piero, is represented by the jester. We see in the beginning of the game, but also in one time, we see the ghost of that jester in the apartment. And again, there's a lot of hints, that we're in his friend's apartment, Piero, because the username is also Piero. It's not Shin, it's Piero. I think also, again, we also saw that extra scene, to unlock the different ending, we have to, do the puzzle involving the little, like, fence cutter or whatever, wire cutter, and then you see the body of the jester being killed and stabbed over and over again, which I think, again, heavily implies that he's the one that killed him. Or, I don't know, maybe like a mob, maybe he somehow got some other Kana fans to kill him. I'm not sure, but either way, I think it heavily implies that he's dead too, and we're just living in his apartment, rent free, no rent, So I think that's what happened, right? And obviously the whole Kana.exe thing, I mean, I think it's partly supernatural, partly, it's ambiguous, but I think it's supernatural and maybe like partly a game based on his delusions, I don't know, but I think it obviously heavily represents like the trauma, or I think the trauma anyway, like his repressed memories of what happened, and obviously what it relates to with Kana. And so he like kind of shares it to everyone, but actually I think he's the one that made it. I don't know, unless maybe Piero made it, I'm not sure, but I think he's the one that made it, you know? He shares it as if it's like something he doesn't know about, but really he's the one that made it, and it's kind of like a confession in a way, right? It's like subconscious, like guilty, or subconscious guilt, you know? Confessing to everything, but like maybe, I'm not sure. Again, it's very ambiguous. Maybe it's maybe it's meant to be like to have like an open interpretation, and I think it is. But like that's my theory anyway. That again, like he's the one that killed Kana. He's in his friend's apartment. He thinks that he didn't kill her, but he actually did. And that's why in the normal ending, it seems like, you know, you open the door and you see like an angel. Yeah, it's my Kana, I found her, but not really. But obviously in the truth ending, I think, at least what I call the truth ending, is that, no, she's really dead. You know, and you open the door and you see like, I'm assuming anyway, like a ghost of Kana covered in blood, which I think that's what it is. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's hard to think of it as like the real Kana though, because I don't think it's the real Kana. Like, why would the real Kana just, you know, open the apartment door covered in blood to be like, what the heck, Shin? You know, you stabbed me over like 50 times. I'm still alive though. Screw you or whatever. And she beats you up or something. I don't know. No, I think she's a ghost. I think she's just like a bloody ghost or something. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell the protagonist's name. Again, maybe there's some extra clues that I'm missing, but like, I can't really tell if he's like a complete sociopath, you know, because then why would he have guilt in the first place, right? So I think he really is like a crime of passion, possibly, where he was obsessed with Kana and everything, and maybe they had some kind of argument, and eventually he did blow up on her and like, you know, maybe killed her, right? By accident, most likely. And that's why he feels, you know, so guilty about it, but doesn't admit it at the same time because he's just mentally unstable. Possibly. Something like that, you know? Psychological horror. Classic, you know, psychological horror. Where you suppress all your trauma, you know, and never admit any of your mistakes. I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. But I think so it is, right? That's, I think, what the story is kind of about. But yeah. But in terms of like the way it's told, I found it very interesting actually. I mean, obviously the game, you know, says it on the start page, but it's very much inspired by Nikki and everything. So there's a lot of like interpretation based on what's happening in the game. But obviously the fourth wall breaking aspect as well, right? Yeah, it's not really fourth wall. I don't know what we call it. It's not fourth wall breaking necessarily. It's more so like it's the, you know, the game within the game kind of trope, right? Where yeah, you're exploring the game, you know, the Yumi Nikki-esque type game, but also there's like a story in the background that's kind of happening as well, you know, like not fake, but you know, ARG-esque, I guess, but not really ARG though, you know, because ARG usually takes place outside of the game, but you know, it's like a game that, I don't know how to describe it, but like, you know, it's a game that kind of simulates what an ARG is like, but it's still within the game, you know, if that makes sense. I like it though. I like, you know, I like how it combines both elements. And I feel like it's been done in other games as well, but no, I just like the general style, and obviously a developer has a lot of experience making these kind of games, like just in general, like horror games and all that, and I like their, you know, writing and everything, so, and art, so, you know, I don't know, it's just very good. I think it's just very good. Very, very polished, you know, I obviously like, pointed out like a few typos here and there, but it's actually not that bad. You know, I feel like, again, because recently, you know, in the last few weeks or so, I've been playing games that have been poorly translated from a different language, and that's worse. You know, if I take like a game that is, you know, made by someone who can speak English well and everything, but there's a few typos, versus like a game that was poorly like machine translated from a different language, I would take the former. You know, the machine translated games are way worse, you know, I feel like, in terms of understanding what's going on. It was like a few typos here and there, that's completely okay. You know, I don't mind that, as long as, you know, the meaning is like, you know, is communicated across properly, you know. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say, but this one was a really good concept. I really liked it. It's like, yeah, it's awesome. I got stuck a few times, but like the puzzles were definitely very engaging and like no, it's just very well done. I feel like it's not the first type of game to do this kind of thing, but I mean, I don't know, I like it. I mean, obviously the anime thing, right? Because it's an anime girl and all that, Kana. I mean, that helps, I guess. And also, of course, the whole retro aesthetic as well, you know? It harkens back to, like, I don't know, like the 2000s, you know? Like early internet, you know? That helps too. A little bit of nostalgia there as well. But yeah, it's a good, like, psychological horror, like, horror indie RPG Maker game. Especially, I mean, again, I forgot to mention, but like, yeah, the fact that it's made in RPG Maker, that's like pretty amazing as well from a technical aspect. It probably limited some of the functionality, but like, I think for what it could be done on RPG Maker, I think it's very good actually. The fact that it is made in such a limited engine, you know, people have done really like weird things in RPG Maker you're not supposed to do, I feel like, but you know, hey, it worked out. So yeah, it's kind of good. I like it. But there you go. I think that's it for Kana.exe. Definitely a experience. I guess I'll do my little outro right now. So just as a little reminder for anyone who might be watching the video or the VOD eventually, you know, if you didn't know, I stream these games live, so be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and change the notification bell from personalized to all to get notified when I go live. You can also follow my Twitch and Twitter as well. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video. But yeah, it's been about 3 hours. I don't know, is there like a short game I could play? What's like a super short game? I'm not sure. I have some in mind, but I'm not sure which one is like short enough. Because even though when the store page says it's like, oh, you know, it's like 10 minutes, but then it's like I end up playing like 1 hour or something. Which actually would be fine, actually, because exactly how much time I need, but you know. But let me see. I mean, I have this in mind, basically. But I don't know, yeah, this might be a little bit too long. It says 30-45 minutes, but it might be longer. Especially if there's puzzles and all that. I might want to save this for next time. Like, I want like a really short one, you know? I just want like a super short one, because a super short one will turn out to be like an hour or something. I don't know, or at least close to an hour. I know this one's pretty short, right? Apparently it's in development. I had this in mind as well. How long did this person take? Like 20 minutes? Probably takes me longer, but... Sure, I think I'll do this one. I want to try out this one too. This one's job applications made by Jaspers, who also made Blue Blood and Custodia, which I've played in the past as well. I liked it enough. I like Custodia better actually than Blue Blood. Blue Blood, I don't know, kind of. I can't remember exactly because it's been a long time ago. But I remember the story was kind of weird at the end, but not a good weird. It was kind of like it felt a little bit shoehorned at the end. But I don't know, whatever. That's just my opinion. But I like Custodia. Custodia was more kind of like a time loop type game, you know? It's more like, how do you say? I think it was more compact, I guess. More tight. I remember there was a puzzle that got really stuck on though, I think. I mean, that's every puzzle game, I guess. But I think I liked it. I think I liked it a lot. Anyway, I want to try all this, but maybe next time. I have to remember to go back to this one. But... I guess we'll try out this one. You know, this one's a short one. I don't know if it's any good, but I mean, it looks okay. You go around, you take pictures, I think. I guess we'll see. Yeah. Now let's close Kana.exe and open up different game. Let's do that. Psycostation? Oh, it's full screen. Hold on. Oh, clicked out of it. You may encounter a bug where objects don't respond to the action button. Exit there, enter it again. Okay. Alright. So let me, there's no sound, by the way. Is there? Actually, on OBS, it says there's audio. I guess some kind of ambient sound. Maybe. I don't know. All right. I mean, this is one of those games. Actually, it's like apparently it's a subway loop or whatever. Hold on, let me change the title. Actually. And this is probably the last game for today. I wasn't expecting to spend so long on Kana.exe, but turns out I did, you know, probably because I rambled too long. Alright, Psycostation, Psycho Crusher. You know, isn't that like the special move of what's his face? Balrog in Street Fighter, but actually in Japanese he's not Balrog, he's like Vega, but like it's confusing because they swapped all the names for 3 people for some reason. I think it's because they want to avoid using the name that sounded like Mike Tyson or whatever, but I don't know. Taking photos. Spooky subway. What can go wrong? Question mark. Station. Is it on the Twitch category? Let me just check real quick. Probably not. Yeah, I'll just keep it as games and demos. Alright. But yeah, Psycostation, I just saw it randomly. Again, I don't know if it's any good. It kind of reminds me of the other game I played with, well, you know, where it was like an infinite loop, and then you just take a bunch of photos. Like if it's like if something is like you know, spot the difference. You know, like if something is not correct, you're supposed to like take a photo of it or whatever. It was interesting enough. I like that one. I was like, okay, this one seems interesting. I don't know if it's the same thing though. I'm assuming it is. It just says here it's a psychological game about a missing girl, a subway loop, and things that should not be there. Take pictures and pay attention or be trapped forever. I think that's what it is. That man did nothing wrong. I don't know what that means. Actually, speaking of like... Well, I mean, this is a bit of a tangent, but like speaking of comments that make no sense. What was it? It was the game I played last week. I can't remember. What was it called? It was Purgatory's Flower, I think. Which doesn't have a lot of discussion, by the way. No reviews, no nothing. A demo just kind of silently came out. Maybe it's more popular in Korean, like in its original language. I don't know, but maybe some other website. But not a lot of discussion. By the way, I gave like a feedback as well. Actually, I really wanted to give feedback because I actually liked the developer's previous games. I really want this to be good, actually. So I gave him actual feedback. I don't know if it's useful because I don't really speak English, but I don't know. I did that just yesterday. But I also saw this, and it's like, this person says, "Is it a bug?" Question mark, and some random emoji or emoticon. Is like, huh? You know, it's like, what? That's it? What are you talking about? What bug? Can you give some context? What are you talking about? Why did you post randomly in this store page or in the discussion of this game and ask the question, is it a bug? What bug? What are you specifying? A bug in the demo? Or like, I can't read your mind, buddy. Speak in full sentences, okay? Unless you're reacting to something like super obvious, right? Obviously, you don't want to speak in full sentences like all the time on the internet. Not in real life, I guess. But like, you know, when you don't have any context at all, you gotta explain yourself. You can't just say things on the internet, okay? You know, when you do that in real life on the streets, well, you know what happens? People give you weird looks because you're acting weird. You can't just blur out things. That's not how that works. The whole point of communication is to transmit your thoughts to other people. So you gotta like be more specific. Anyway, I don't know, very small mini rant because I just found like a random comment. I mean, that's how it is a lot of parts of the internet. People just say things and they don't provide any context. So I wonder if it's a bot. I don't know, but like, why though? Come on. Reminds me of. I mean, at this point, I think the trend is not even that popular anymore, but it reminds me of like the, you know, TikTok and like the, you know, certain trends like the NPC streams or whatever. It was like, what was it, like yeah, I forget what it is. Like, but like, you know, yum yum, so good, you know. Like a person just looks at the camera and just says like a ton of like pre-recorded lines, or not pre-recorded, but like, you know, pre-scripted lines just over and over again, like an NPC, right? Like an NPC in the video game. Just say the lines over and over again, you know? Like, I forget, I think I'm getting it wrong, but like, you know, one line is like, yum yum, so good, or something, you know, yummy, so good, or I can't remember what it was. I don't know what it was. Like, you know, I'm gonna look it up actually. What was it? TikTok MP3 stream explained. Like, oh, ice cream so good, right? Like, ice cream so good. Or whatever. Here's the AI overview, but you know, it's like, yes, 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 or something. You know, every time someone like donates or whatever, they say, ice cream so good, ice cream so good, ice cream so good, or something. They say it again, like the same way as well, every single time. I don't know. Because it's funny, I guess. But it reminds me of that, you know, people just blur out things. It's like, are you trying to be like an NPC? You're not supposed to be an NPC. You're a human being. You have a cerebral cortex for a reason, you know? Or is it cerebral, or... I forget all the parts of the human brain. I don't really remember all. I remember the hippocampus, though. There's a funny name. Hippocampus. I just think of it like a real hippo. But the hippocampus is like a small part of your brain that like controls your short-term memory. But anyway. Alright, but enough rambling. Let's try out this game, Psycostation. So I guess let me just give a little intro. How would I give it? So, I don't know if this game is done, to be honest, but I don't know. I don't know if the game's going to even be updated. It just says it's in development. But yeah, I want to try it out. So let's see. Hello, welcome to Psycostation, a horror game developed by Ryuka Lab, available on itch.io. And well, I guess you're supposed to take pictures in some kind of subway, and guess we'll see what happens. A little bit of a content warning though. I think the game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Start. Strange person behind us, don't worry about it. Epilepsy warning. If you have photosensitive epilepsy, you can't play video games ever, because every video game has an epilepsy warning. It never made it home. No one knows why, no one saw, I just vanished. Too fast, I want to read it. There's a photo, a frame in time, me stepping into the station. After that, nothing. Just silence, just stares, just down. Loading goo. Alright. Do I move? Okay. Like this. To be honest, the game is kind of low. Is it just me? I feel like the game is kind of low. Hold on, I want to go back to the main menu real quick. It doesn't seem like you can change the settings here. Again, it's a kind of rough game. That's what it says on the floor page anyway. No, there's no way to like increase the thing. Okay, whatever. I'll just... And again. Maybe I'll just raise the gain on OBS a little bit. I don't know, it's too loud, but I don't know, on my end I can't hear anything. Even though OBS it says like there's sound, I can't hear anything. Maybe the ambience of the background music is just so low. I don't know if it's music, but maybe you can hear it. I can't hear anything. Alright. Okay, let's begin. You know, initially, because I saw the thumbnail of the game, I kind of looked, obviously, the anime girl, you know, drew me into playing this game. I remember this place, by the way. So, to be honest, the walking animation looks weird. Why is she a Paper Mario character? Why is her legs like individual, like, paper sprites? That's kind of weird to me, but whatever. I'll get used to it. Anyway, remember this place. So as far as I can tell, so according to the store page, it says it was a subway loop. So I think I played a game very similar to this. I forget what it's called, but you know, I played something similar. It was like a 2D side-scrolling thing where you gotta like remember all the differences in an area, and that's kind of the main idea, right? And that's kind of based on like a trend of horror games in particular that's kind of similar, right? Or a loop. You go like to a place over and over again, and if there's any differences, you need to make sure that you point them out, otherwise the monsters will get you. Yes. I gotta pay attention. Also has a fisheye lens, and they can do like a fisheye lens for a stylistic choice. That's okay, I guess. Anyway. Well, I guess I go over here. What's this? Notice. Power supply issues affect this station. The platform will shut down completely at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. Not 10 a.m. 10 p.m. Please remain calm and proceed with caution. I see. Hello? Are you a person? What are you doing here at night? I don't know. What are you doing here with no face? The station will be closing soon. You should hurry if you want to get to the last train. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stare directly at the player, I guess. You know, just, I don't know why she's just facing, not even in one direction. She's facing, oh, she is facing in one direction, but you know, she's facing towards the screen for some reason. Alright. Locked. Ooh, lights. Some passengers got lost during blackouts. I wish I could advance the text. Not all of them found their way back. You know, one thing I wish I could do, I mean, this is a personal preference because I read everything aloud, but I wish I could advance the text manually. Instead of it being automatic, I want to do it myself so that I can, you know, control the pacing of how I read it. But sometimes it's too slow and sometimes it's too fast. I want it to be just right. Meaning I control it. You can go down that way. What's over here then? Go here. More lights. The train platform is on the lowest level. Signs often lie. Trust your memory, not directions. Okay. What are you doing here? You don't belong in here. What are cockroaches? Leave. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go this way. Locked. Don't use it. Don't use what? I tried to order number 51 yesterday, and the machine took the money, but didn't give the order. I will report. Okay. Or cockroaches. WC, which I never really... For the longest time, I didn't know what WC meant, but I think it means wash closet. But that's weird. We never use the word wash closet, you know, in America. In North America, we don't say wash closet. We say washroom. Out of service. Isn't it the men's washroom? We're in the men's washroom. How are we supposed to be here? I mean, actually, it's the same room. That's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. Weird. It's the same hallway. Across, you just look across and you see men and women just pissing in the same room. Crazy. There's a subway.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, young lady. Why is that voice acting? This train, it awaits only those who... Never mind. Never mind? What do you mean? Well, we can go in there. Anything else we can do? No, that's it. Let's go. And now we're here. Something's wrong this time. Alright, now we're looping. I don't know. Again, like, why is it? I think I don't know. It's a weird thing, but like, I noticed, like, for some reason, because the sprites of the legs when she walks are two different sprites, it just kind of like the pants don't align, so it looks weird. I don't know. Like, from this angle, it looks like her zip is open or something, but like, when you look at here, it's not. I don't know, it's weird. Anyway. I feel like, you know, you shouldn't like have two sprites on the legs. You should have it, you know, you should split at the hips, if that makes sense. Not like directly on the legs, but directly on, you know, right from her torso, I guess. I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything about animation. Okay, so apparently something's wrong this time. So okay, so this is the main gameplay loop, I think. You go through the loop and something's wrong, right? Assuming. Though I don't know if you need to point it out. Do we just explore and that's it, or anything particular you have to do? I keep seeing stuff that wasn't there before. Take a photo and it usually disappears. Don't ask questions, just shoot and move on. Okay. How do I take a photo? Because this looks different, I think. That doesn't look right. It's locked as usual. Fair enough. The game only tells you in the top right to like press space to interact, so that's kind of all you can do, I feel like. Unless the gameplay hasn't started yet, I'm not sure. Hello? Janitor? I took a photo of the wall. The marks disappeared. Really? I don't know if that should scare me or help me. I don't remember. Where did my key go? Why didn't Margaret open the counter today? Doesn't matter. Not really. Whatever. I guess. Okay. Locked as usual. Different person here.
Oh, hi?
Oh, hi. Why is it? Oh, hi. This subway station's in terrible condition. Look, the drinks in the vending machine are long gone and no one thinks to restock it. Also, the cockroach just kind of landed on her head. You know, it was just crawling all over her face. Also, you guys have no faces still. Anyway, blood. Just a little bit of blood, that's all. Okay, I pressed space there because, you know, that's obvious. So I guess that's what you're supposed to take a photo of? I thought you had to, like, do something else. I don't know. Whatever. I can't tell. You know, I feel like you just spam space. You know? It doesn't matter. There's no... I mean, that's weird. But, like, you know, it doesn't matter. You just kind of, like, whatever looks obviously wrong, then you press space on it. But then, you know, that kind of defeats the purpose of, like, spotting the difference, you know? Or, like, it needs to be, like, a little bit, like, more subtle than that. But I don't know, maybe there's some things I already missed. Because, for example, these NPCs are in different places, so that's already weird. You know, that already destroys the sanctity of the spot the difference game. And also, these notes are in different places, too. That's kind of weird. That confuses me, you know? Are we looking for, like, small differences, or are we just looking at obvious supernatural events? Anyway, I keep running into things, and it's there. They vanish if I get too close. Harmless, I think. A strange sound always follows the last one. Okay. I used to keep watch over the station at night. One day, I looked up and realized I never left. Crazy. Maybe you can find a way out. I don't know, maybe I can. Weird thing over there. You know, I wonder if this game. I wonder if this game had like a similar game, or like was it in like a particular game jam, like a similar theme? Maybe, I'm not sure. Because this is very similar to the other game I played. However, I actually like. Well, I mean, so far anyway. I mean, I guess we'll see. But so far, I like the other game better because there's a little bit more. I don't know. Like you can like aim with your mouse and everything. There's a little bit more to it, you know. But anyway, find what should not be. Okay, and maybe it gets harder, you know. In which case, I actually might have a harder time because so far it's like super obvious, but maybe it's not that obvious. So is this thing again? This is the same as always. Things different here. I thought that was, to be honest, when in the very first loop, I thought that was a vending machine. But it isn't? Maybe it was here this whole time? I didn't realize. I thought those 3 screens are different. I guess I just remembered. Okay, well obviously this is different, right? Or yeah, this is different. I'm trying to click on it, didn't work. I mean, so far again, like anything that's different, like it's like super obvious. Very clear that you're supposed to interact with it. Oh hey. Huh? I think I got a little lost along the way. I think I give everyone the wrong voices. I can't quite remember where it came from. Like the voices are not very consistent. I guess I'll stay here a bit longer. Okay. Come on, click, click, click. Okay, there you go. A little finicky there. I can't, even though I'm like right on it. Pressing space sometimes doesn't work. You know, I was wondering if I need to count the number of cockroaches. You know, but I guess it doesn't matter. They're just there in the background. The station feels wrong tonight. I'm not staying a minute longer. Shop shut. I took the keys. Margaret. Okay. Well, that was the Margaret that was mentioned earlier. Recent reports mention a man seen near closed sections. Description unclear. Possibly wearing a coat and a hat. Passengers are reminded not to wander off alone. Hear a ticking sound? Get out of here. My left ear the whole time. Anything in the washrooms? Hello, person.
Oh, hi?
Have you seen my cat? His name is Ito. He saw that man, the one of the hat. He hissed and ran. I hope he's not hurt. Well, apparently there's a man of a hat. Men can't wear hats anymore, unless, you know, otherwise they're labeled as like devil creatures, I guess. I mean, I wonder what the penalty is for like missing things. You just lose, like game over? I don't know. Lost black briefcase found near the lower tunnel. No ID, just a hat. Looks like someone left in a rush. If it's yours, call 555 SB 13. He's still waiting? What do you mean? Do I need to write that down? I'm not sure. Double check over here. Yeah, I won't check over here. I don't know if there's anything surprising on the left there. What was it? Every error matter? It should be an S there, I feel like. Unless it's hidden by the pillar, but it should be every error matters. With an S. Matters. Not matter. Okay. I use correct grammar. Lights are still out. Are you kidding me? Every night it's darker. Every time it's worse. I mean, who's writing these notes, by the way? I mean, sometimes I feel it's from different sources. It doesn't say, though. Who's the author? Also, yeah, that's not right. Again, sometimes I'm standing on it, it doesn't work. There you go. I Maybe you have to be facing it. You have to be like technically moving, but it's kind of weird because our character doesn't face a certain direction when she's not moving. She looks at the freaking screen. Nothing new here. I was gonna say as well, you know, part of these games, part of the tension of these games is that, again, besides the more subtle differences when you go through a loop, there's also the fact that you have limited ammunition as well, right? With this game, it seems like as long as you just spam spacebar, it's like it doesn't matter. But that takes away some of the, again, the tension of the atmosphere, I feel like. There should be some kind of punishment, you know? At least. Excuse me, do you know what time it is? If all the rebuilding, the ride feels endless. You know, we keep taking subways and we just keep going and it never ends. I think we'll be late for the office. We also like keep going down as well. We keep going deeper into the earth somehow. Mushroom. Take that doll away. Hello, cat. You look scary. Why you have a skull on your fur? It just says meow. Are you okay? Also almost looks like it's missing eyeballs. It looks like a demon cat. Is this normal? I'm not sure. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's no penalty system, right? There's no punishment for the gameplay. You just kind of press space. Like, it's like super obvious. Like, I don't know. It's like, you have to like intentionally do bad in order to like, I feel like fail. Some of them make sharp or sound sharp or low like humming. Or what? No, I don't know. When the last one disappears, I hear the tone. That sound means I can move on. Okay, they're introducing a new mechanic. Hold on. Some of them make sound sharp or low, like humming. And when the last one disappears, I hear the tone. That means I can move on. Okay. I was trying to like listen if there's anything. It's hard. The game is like really low though on my end. I don't know, is it just me? Very low. I can't hear anything. Except the little sound effects, but otherwise.
Oh, hi?
Oh, hi. Why does it sound weird? Freaking station. I tried every exit. Nothing works. It just looks back around. And that old man, why won't he leave me alone? Okay. Again, the way it said like, oh, hi? You know, it sounds like a TTS, like text-to-speech. Oh, hi? That doesn't sound natural to me, I don't know. You don't go, oh, hi? You go, oh, hi. You know, you go, oh, hi. Oh, hi. No, oh, hi? Oh, hi? Oh, hi-yo? Ohio. Ohio gozaimasu. Now, look closely. It hides. The freaking text hides is what I'm hiding. Huh. I mean, it's a stylistic choice, I guess, to put the text behind a foreground, but, you know, it does obstruct the text, actually. So just looking at sound. Again, the note did mention how I'm supposed to pay attention, but I'm not sure. Hello? That man. I've seen him. We all have, I think. That suit, that hat, always the same. Okay. The sound was coming from that weird vending machine. Maybe? I still kind of hear it. I don't know, maybe he's still there even after I make the vending machine disappear. Doo-doo. Okay, you're a zombie, I guess. Here's an eyeball. I see you. You figured it out already, haven't you? The loops, the things, the silence. You know, it's like Endless 8. Infamous Suzumiya Haruhi no Yutsu Season 2 arc. We're not here by accident. Even though I have read the light novel version of Endless 8, and, you know, I think it was okay, actually. The anime, I don't know. I never watched the anime version of Endless 8, but if you didn't know, you know, the Suzumiya Haruhi no Yutsu is like, you know, the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya is like an anime. I've watched, and, you know, they, in season 2 they have like a arc where it's like a time loop, you know, basically Groundhog Day. But what they did, because they're trying to be quirky, you know, it's like season 1. Well, you know, in season 1 they like scrambled the episode order for fun, I guess. But for season 2, for the Endless 8 arc, they literally like played the same episode, or not the exact same episode, but like basically almost as if you're stuck in a time loop, like many times. It's like several episodes of the same scenes, the same script, the same dialogue, slightly different, but like as if you're stuck in a time loop, I guess. And people didn't like it because it was too literal. In the light novel version, though, it was played more straight, you know, like a story. Kind of like, again, like Groundhog Day, where it wasn't like, it didn't repeat itself literally like 8 times. It just kind of like told the story from the perspective of the main character, and then eventually he figures out it's a time loop and all that, right? It's like, it wasn't like literally it was a time loop. It was like this one time, you know, and then he notices it. Like, wait a minute, it's a time loop, huh? And then he talks to another character, you know, spoilers, but you know. Anyway, that means you're one of us now. Sorry. Okay. I mean, this game is kind of similar, right? We're also stuck in a loop, but you know. What was that? That was weird. No? Do I take a picture, or was that it? Anyway. Oh, are you the guy with the hat?
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. That sounds... Young lady, why don't you have a seat? This train is not meant for you. No, that's okay. But you're like the devil guy, right? Everyone's just talking about you like a weird guy. I'm assuming you're Lucifer or something? I don't know. Literally Satan. This damn cycle, it can be broken. You have to keep going. Keep finding them. Again and again. Maybe that's the key. And never stop. You miss once? Wait, look closely. It hides. You missed once. You missed once. You missed once. Are you missing once? Or what did it say? I'm not saying I'm sure what it's saying. Did I make a mistake? You're missing one, maybe? Like I am missing one? Boo-doop. I guess I gotta pay closer attention. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say before, if it gets harder, then it actually is pretty tough, because I you know, for the most part, it's pretty easy, but like, if it is something like more subtle, then it can be easily missed. Time to spam the spacebar, you know? Spam the spacebar. Spam. And spam. You figured already, haven't you? Okay, I think the same dialogue. The loops, right? Things, the silence. We're not here by accident. I think he said that already. I don't know. Okay, so there's like a punishment system, at least seemingly. It makes everything red, you know? That's the punishment. Everything is red now. Hides. Where is it hiding? I mean, there's this, but like, I must have took a picture of that before, right? That's super obvious. Unless somehow I did miss it, I don't know. Hides, it hides. Maybe... Well, maybe there's that guy. Wait, somehow click on him? Oh, I didn't mean to leave. I was trying to click on... Oh, there we go. Maybe, like, once that appears, you need to go back for some reason and find him again. Like, you see him once, they go to a different hiding spot, and then you gotta find it again, somehow? Is that what it is? I'm not sure. The red filter, though, kind of makes it hard. Like, it makes it harder now, because, like, it makes everything a little bit darker, I feel like. Let me just go back real quick and see, like, maybe that's the answer. The weird monster that comes up, like, briefly, forces you to return. I don't see anything. Just that talks about the Hat Man. It's just a Hat Man. Just wears a hat. That's all. Okay. Well, I don't know my lawnmower strat works, but I'm basically just pressing the button over and over again until something happens. It could also be that maybe, you know, they say like it hides or whatever. Maybe I need to sneak up on them somehow? Is that like a thing? Again, the game mentioned something about like sound. But like it's so low, I can't hear it. I can't hear anything. Let me turn it up a little bit on my end. I'm scared of like blowing out my eardrums though, you know? It's gonna like suddenly just be super loud or something.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Why do you sound like that? Oh, hello. What? Oh, there you go. Okay. You know, spamming the space bar, that's what works. So it was just that, I guess, maybe? I couldn't tell. I thought that was normal. What are you talking about? What even was that? I thought I saw something in the foreground, I guess, but I don't know what that was. Anyway, I guess that's it. Stay or leave. The red filter stays, though. I guess that's your life system. It's like Mario, you know, you only got a limited amount of lives. I don't like the red filter, though, because it makes everything a little bit too dark. Hello. Doom doom. I wonder if you get like a perfect ending if you didn't miss any of them. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, I already took one hit. I feel like one hit in the health bar. That's always locked, by the way. You can never open that. Anything in the washroom? Any demons? Hello? Bathroom demons, where are you? Nothing, seems like. The third urinal is always broken, as far as I can tell. There's this thing, that wasn't there before. This plant was there before, right? I can't tell now. Yeah, the one thing where they actually tricked me. I can't tell if it's real. One thing in the foreground, you know?
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. You come so far. Why leave now? You know this place. It knows you. You belong here now. Well, when the game said, like, you know, can you or stay or leave, I don't know if it's an actual choice. I feel like the only choice is just to leave. I feel like. Where am I? Was it just a dream? Awful train, that endless loop. I made it out, right? Or maybe I never left. Maybe no one ever does. Some trains just go in circles. Mouse. Randomly, here's a mouse. A mouse cursor or whatever. Alright, well I guess that's it. That's just kind of like normal. Is there like an alternative ending? I mean, obviously there's maybe a game over. Let me see. I don't know if the store page reveals anything. Just a few videos some people made. I don't know. I actually have to experiment myself then, I guess. Let me see. I have to replay the whole thing again though, which is annoying. It says there's no save system, by the way. Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Use mouse to navigate menus, but there's no menus except the main menu. But I was gonna say though, if again, I always write about this. If your game doesn't have a save system, I'm gonna take some points off. You gotta have a save system, you know. I guess in this case, I don't know, but I don't know how it would work. But like, you gotta have a save system. You can't just not have a save system. Yeah. I also kind of wish we can sprint. You know, can I just run at this point? Because I already know. Boom, boom. But yeah, I was gonna say for the most part, except that one, I feel like that, like the singular, like, tricky one, I feel like, where it was like a random black object in the foreground that I would not pay attention to. Other than that, I feel like this game is kind of like, everything else is kind of too easy, actually. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like there's gotta be more of a risk, you know, for like taking pictures, I feel like. Otherwise, you can just spam the spacebar and it doesn't matter, right? I don't know. Like there should be, you know, just like in the other game, there should be like limited film or something. But if there is more limited film, I feel like the game should be more balanced as well, though. About like, you know, I don't know. I don't know, but that's kind of weird. I don't know. I was gonna say like maybe like a checkpoint system, you know, because that's how it works in the original genre, right? Of these type of games. I don't know which came first though. I don't know what we call it. Like what's it called? Loop 8 or something? Station 8, something like that. There's been like a whole trend of these type of games. It's kind of like old news at this point, but you know, in those games, you know, I think there's sometimes a checkpoint system. Like, so if you fail like one loop, then, you know, you can always just go back. It'll just restart from that one loop instead of restarting the whole thing. But I guess it depends. I think some of them are more hardcore. And,
Hi?
maybe the original was more hardcore, where the whole thing was, you know, the entire thing. If you fail once, and then restart the whole thing. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm gonna try to do like a perfect run, which I should have just done the first time, but oh well. But now I know. There's one that's like in the foreground. Actually, let me double check. Can't. Yeah, it's locked. I can't go there. You know, now that I'm trying to speedrun the game, I may not pay attention as much actually. So there's always a plant there. And apparently something in the foreground over here is like wrong. If there's something in here, it's wrong, I guess. That's why I always check over here. Alright. Find what should not be. I also wonder if there's an option, because it said like stay or leave. That implies an option. Though I don't know if it's actually the case. It could just be like, oh, it's so spooky or whatever, but like, I don't know. I wonder if you actually have an option to stay or leave. Does it matter? I don't know. Because the ending also implies, at least the default ending, also seems to imply that you're stuck there forever anyway. You know, it's like, ooh, did you actually escape? Oh, I don't know. Ooh, you know, typical like ghost story ending. You thought it was over, but actually, it wasn't. Dun dun dun, you know. Kind of cliche. But let's see. Nothing here. Also, they like set up a whole like, I don't know, like a whole setup involving the man with the hat. But it didn't really pan out, you know, nothing really happened. The man in the hat. He was just kind of spooky, and that's kind of it. It was like implied that he was spooky, but like nothing actually happened. I don't know. Bum bum. That way. I don't know what else I can talk about now. This is part of the game where I just kind of replaying the whole thing all over again because it's kind of short, so I might as well just to see if they can get a different outcome. I don't know if I can. Like again, I don't know because I would have to do it a third time. I was wondering like maybe if you intentionally like lose, maybe that's technically a different ending, but I'm not sure. I guess I could do that. But this run is just trying to do everything perfect. You know, I'm just trying to do everything perfect without missing any kind of error. If I miss one again, you know, it kind of like defeat the purpose of this run, but oh well. But yeah, what else can I talk about? I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a game that came out recently. I was thinking of playing it, but I'm not sure yet. It was a demo I played before, actually. I think it was called Psycho Giantess Dating Sim. You know, where it sounds like a weird fetish game, and maybe it kind of is. I don't know. I don't know for sure exactly, but you know, the whole premise of the game is kind of like a horror dating sim, but like there's like a giant woman, you know. But like I think I mean, the demo, I believe. It's like a bunch of people like stuck in some woman's drawer, you know, and she controls their lives like a weird like giant yandere. Something like that. It seemed interesting. It had kind of like a, I don't know, kind of like a Danganronpa-esque type feel to it, you know, where a bunch of people are stuck in one place and they're like gonna die or whatever, you know? And there's like a whole system where you like you gotta choose who to interact with and like who you want to trust and who you don't, you know? It's like I imagine when you do that, you choose, you know, who dies and who lives. I think that was the implication, actually. At the end of the demo is that you get to choose, you know, who gets to be eaten, who gets to be bored, I guess. But from what I can tell, because it was released like really recent, like a few days ago, I think 2 days ago. I can't remember. But I think in the reviews it mentioned how like it actually isn't a fetish game. I mean, it kind of is in the very beginning. But like apparently it goes into more like a horror aspect, which I prefer actually. Ironically don't want a fetish game. You know, I don't want the freaking fetish game. I want actual horror, you know. It's like an interesting premise and everything, and the, you know, psychological horror setup. That's what I really want. So, you know, I feel like some people complain, actually, wasn't I think in the negative reviews anyway, people complain, this is not my fetish game. Where's my fetish game? Whatever. Oh, damn it, did I miss one? Oh, come on. Okay, well, in this case, okay. So, since I missed one, I think let's try just dying in that case, you know? Let's see if that is even a choice. I want to see what happens if I just kind of skip everything and just die, you know? I assume it's just game over, but I guess we'll see. What I wanted to see is what would happen if I got a perfect run, but apparently I still missed one. What? Really? How did I miss one? I didn't see it. And somehow, even though I said how this game was like too easy, somehow I still... I mean, it is, because I can still beat it. I just, you know... What's missing? I'm looking at the foreground as well. Oh, maybe it's that? Oh my god. I mean, I don't know if it's the same setup. I think it looped and it changed everything anyway, but I guess there was maybe this one thing over here. Oh, damn it. The one time I didn't check. You missed it, do that one more time. Oh, you missed it, do that one more time. Is that what it says? Okay, so it does like restart you. Kind of restarts you here. Hello, eyeball. And now it's not red anymore, it's all gray. What was I talking about? I think I was talking about, yeah, Psycho Giantess Dating Sim game. Which, does seem like a weird vor fetish game, but like, it seems interesting actually. It's not just a vor, fetish game. Because that's not what I would be buying it for, So I'm gonna check it out. I think it's like $15 though. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It's like a pretty short visual novel. Is it worth $15? I don't know. I guess maybe for next time. And boop. Ah, so this is just game over, I guess. Hehehe. Yes, chromatic aberration. It was your last chance and you lost it. Okay. Funny grandpa face. Is that what it is? That's the game over, I guess. So there you go. I don't know if... I'm gonna try one more time. I want to see if I can get perfect ending. I don't know if doing perfect will even get you an ending. I don't know if it would, but I just want to see real quick. I wish it was sprint. They're doing it all over again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Anyway, as I'm doing this one more time, and hopefully, I might fail. If I fail, I'm gonna rage quit. But, or like, like if I get one mistake. But what else can I talk about? I don't know, speaking of fetish games, I don't know. I don't know. I'm bringing up the topic, but I actually don't know what to talk about exactly. It's like fetish game. I guess when you search on, I think I mentioned before, but like when you search like indie games on YouTube and everything, there's a disturbing amount of fetish games actually. I guess on itch.io as well. One is definitely inflation. I don't know why there's a lot of inflation games. I personally don't get it. Maybe it doesn't sound very convincing when I just say it, but like, I don't know. For some reason it's a fetish, but I don't get it. I don't really understand it. That's why it's a fetish, I guess, but and yet somehow it's pretty popular. There's like at least a couple popular inflation games. And I think it's because, partially because obviously you can't just play porn on YouTube, though I'm pretty sure some people still cover porn games on YouTube. They just don't show the explicit moments, I guess, but like they just kind of blur it out, but like you can still you can still kind of see it. It's like, how's that freaking allowed? But anyway, like stuff like inflation, or like, what do you call it? Like people joke about like feet fetish. I think I talked about this. I don't know. I don't know if I talked about this already, but like feet fetish and all that, toes. I don't know, like all these like weird fetishes that are technically like innocuous if you're not looking into it too deeply, I guess. Like it's technically not porn, but like it's barely disguised, I guess. The writer's barely disguised fetish or whatever. That meme? It's kind of like that, right? So that's why there's like, for some reason, in the category for like all ages or whatever, there's like freaking inflation games on YouTube. Like sometimes get recommended to me. I don't think it gets recommended to me anymore, but like somehow when I'm searching through YouTube results, and the YouTube does this very annoying thing where when you search for things on their website, what, really? I missed one still? For you. It still says you missed one. Yeah, gotta restart again. You know what? Okay, I said I would rage quit, but one more. Kind of hard actually when you're actually trying to be perfect. Damn. I don't know if I can do do a perfect, but I don't know if it's like the game even acknowledges that, right? Does it? I don't know. I feel like a default ending was a little bit unsatisfying, I guess, because it kind of left on an ambiguous note, like I woke up, it was a dream, maybe, or whatever, and that's it. I want to be a little bit more, I'm assuming. What? Really? It still says you missed one. I guess it's automatic saves. Really? Ironic? Ironic because something's wrong this time. I missed it. Okay, what if I quit the game entirely? You know, the game said like there's no save system, but what they mean is that there's an auto save system. That's what they actually mean. Like, come on. I still have display capture on. Whoops. I mean to have that on. Oh well. None of it matters. But I was gonna say, like, apparently there's an autosave. It says there's no save system, but there's like an autosave somehow. Weird. Maybe, or I don't know. Well, when I started a new game, it showed the same cutscene here, right? But then it started on the spot where I already got one wrong, I think. Not weird. I mean, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it starts here again. Okay. Again. I wonder if maybe I missed one at the very beginning or something. And you always gotta check the doors. There's always 2 locked doors, which is annoying. You can't go in them anyway. But there's always like a door like around here. I hear this one. And there's the other door. In the washroom, I guess. You always have to check them. Anyway, I don't know what I was talking about. Something about like inflation fetish, but like, you know, it keeps like there's like one inflation whatever weird game that like a woman like for some reason eating a bunch of food and her belly goes up, which I always found kind of really uncomfortable. Like, why would you want that to happen? Isn't that dangerous? You don't want your stomach filled that much, you know, in one sitting. That's how you die. Anyway, it seems painful. Well, I was gonna say, you know, it's something about, you know, it's a weird line where like it's innocuous enough that you can pretend that it's not porn even though it is, and that's why it's so popular, right? That's why you see those weird fetish games that are on YouTube and on itch.io, you know, that isn't like rated as adults only, which normally it would be like, it would, you know, you wouldn't see it, but, you know, you do, so, you know. It reminds me a little bit of Elsa Gate, or whatever, which I don't know if it's still a thing. It's been curtailed, is that the right word? Or curbed a little bit? But it used to be, and maybe it still is in other formats, but you know, it used to be that there's these weird like AI generated videos, and even before AI was like a big thing really, but like these weird videos that are like, have strange ideas behind them, like people wearing costumes. You know, people wear like an Elsa costume and Spider-Man's like Spider-Man like doing like a freaking delivering a spider baby or something. It was like really weird. Like a lot of strange content in those videos marketed towards children, and that's how they, you know, rack up ad revenue by making these weird strange topics based on the popular franchises, you know. But I imagine the original people wearing those costumes don't even know what's happening. They're like random actors, I can only assume, hired on Fiverr or something, you know, made to do these strange things. They don't really know why. It's just made, you know, all created by this weird, like, automatic generated video idea that determines what's best for the algorithm. You know, the algorithm is just shocking content, I guess, that is disguised as something innocent. Which is funny because that's kind of, I mean, that's what I like about horror games, you know, the type of horror games I like, but when it's real life, it's kind of weird. Get that clock out of here. Okay, anything I'm missing still? This blood. Over there. Yeah, I really just gotta press the spacebar 100 times. Get this guy out of here. You're not invited. Alright, did I miss anything? Hopefully not. I did! What? What did I miss? Again? I swear, I'm gonna rage quit. I forgot, if I go back to main menu, I think if I start again, it's just gonna give me the old... Okay. Okay, one more time. One more time. I do it one more time. This time, I'm going to lock in, as the kids say these days. I'm gonna freaking lock in. I'm gonna freaking press spacebar. I'm gonna spam the spacebar. That's what I'm gonna do. So the game doesn't punish it, so I'm gonna freaking spam the spacebar the entire time, except at the very end, because if you spam it, you're gonna accidentally go into the subway, and sometimes there is something you actually want to take a photo of before you enter the subway, but anyway, or the train. I'm just gonna spam it, okay? Is that what you want me to do, game? I'll freaking spam it. Also, she's wearing a shirt and, like, I guess shorts in that photo. But I swear, she, like... I don't know, I can't tell. Like, her shirt, like, sometimes looks like a... Yeah, it's a sailor uniform, sort of, but not really. I don't know, it's kind of weird. She's supposed to... I feel like she's invoking the whole, you know, typical Japanese high school student in a sailor uniform, you know, in Japan trope. But, like, she's not wearing a skirt, she's just wearing shorts, I guess. And it's like, it's more like a shirt, but like it has like a ribbon. I don't know, it's confusing. The design is confusing to me. Anyway. I mean, obviously in the beginning, it's just a test run. There's nothing here, so I gotta like keep going, go fast. Not whoever you're. We don't even know the protagonist's name, by the way. Who is she? What's her name? I don't know. Hurry up. Have you heard of running? Go faster. Come on. You cannot go faster, but... Anyway. I'm just spamming. Spam, spam, spam. Spam, spam, spam. Spam, 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 spam. Except, well, whatever. I'm literally just spamming. This is how you win in fighting games, too. You just spam, right? Maybe not. Spam, 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 spam. Spam, spam, spam. Spam, spam. Oh, nothing here. Even when I walk back, I will still spam. There's no way this strategy will fail me, right? If I simply just spam the whole time, I will win the game perfectly without any flaws. I didn't even notice that briefcase. Good thing I pressed the space button. Good thing I'm rapidly pressing the space button as if this is a QTE event that never ends. Just keep pressing the space button, just spam. You know, I wonder if I spam too much, it might break the game, I'm not sure. Anyway. Okay, gotta be careful near here, because I don't want to enter the train too early. There might be something over here. See? Yeah, I told you. Told you. Alright, there's no way I missed anything, right? Okay. Next one. I'm spamming even from the beginning here, because I actually don't know if I ever saw any abnormalities in the very beginning of the loop, ever. But you can't be too sure. Spam, spam, spam. Blah, blah, blah. Spam, spam, spam. Empty room. Except the cockroaches and this random NPC. You know, it looks like from the side. I don't know if it's intentional. Can I go back up? I can. Make sure I didn't miss anything. This box is normal, right? Okay. I was gonna say, like, the way she walks from the side, it looks like she has a sweat drop, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, it looks like she's sweating from the side, but when you look at her from the front, I think that's just dots on her face. I don't know, it's like a stylistic choice. Is it supposed to be like the anime blush thing, except it's just 2 dots? I don't know.
Oh, hi?
Ooh, hey? Sounds weird. Oh. I didn't mean to leave yet. But yeah, for some reason it looks like you can see there, I don't know, it's kind of hard to see, but it's like 2 dots on her cheek. From the side though, it looks like a sweat bead, you know, like anime, typical anime thing where she's sweating, right? That's what it looks like to me, but that's not at all. So it's, again, confusing design. Get out here. No TV. No TV for you. None of that too. I don't know what that weird floating thing was. Yeah, don't leave yet. Double check over here first. Nothing here. Okay. Spam spacebar the entire... There's no way I missed anything, right? Okay, good. Here we go again. This is like the 3rd area, I think. How many is there? It's like 5 or 6? I don't know. I'm gonna keep pressing the space bar. You know, which really goes against the whole purpose of the game. Really, the whole intent of the game is supposed to be this thing where you actually pay attention. I mean, it's a genre anyway. Like the whole genre of the game is supposed to pay attention. Actually, only press the button when you need it to. You know. Again, I like the other one better. You know, that's very similar idea. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but I had a very similar idea. Like you're going through like even like near a train. Even I mean, I guess the genre is about trains though, so that's not surprising. But you know, the other game also had like an idea where you're like an anime girl. I mean, you're a magical girl in particular, and you're also like going through an area over and over again to check for abnormalities. But in that game, there is a bit of like I think it's like a cooldown. What was it? I can't remember what it was, but there's a whole mechanic actually where if you don't find the right abnormalities, then they come back as like enemies later, and you gotta click on them and stuff. You gotta have enough energy. And you have to actually manage your energy too. You don't want to use too much of your energy, or you don't want to save up too much energy. Otherwise, you get game over as well. Anyway, oh, there's some hands. Okay, maybe that's what it was before. I thought there was like, you know, when I was like trying to find abnormalities last time, like the first time I missed one of the, you know, strange things. I thought these are like weird, I don't know, like I don't know, wooden stuff in the background or something, just trash in the foreground. But actually, they were hands. I don't know how I missed that. Then again, like if you fail and you go back to a new like run, a new loop, I don't think it's always the same though. So even if you missed it, I guess it would change to something else anyway. I don't know. Somehow I still miss stuff anyway. All right, hopefully I didn't miss anything. Okay. Look closely, it hides. That makes it more like ominous. That makes it seem like there's a difference in mechanics or whatever. Cause I swear there's a note that mentions something about like listening to sound or whatever, but like that never really came into play as far as I can tell. I don't know. Boom doom. Again, there's a whole sound thing that I felt like wasn't really a thing. Unless it is a thing, somehow I keep missing it. Locked doors that will never open, I feel like. Oh, maybe there's like a mini thing where, like a secret thing. Or you have to actually find a key and somehow you open the key to the door and somehow that does something else. I don't know. Anyway, spam, 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 spam. Spam, spam, spam. I mean, obviously that was like a little small jump scare, but like I don't know that if I need to capture them or anything. Like there's no sneak button, there's no crouch. Trying to sneak past this malevolent spirit, but I'm dummy thick. And the clap of my ass cheeks keep looking at guards. Okay, hopefully I didn't miss anything. Okay, well, it's not red. Now it's stay or leave, so same thing as the last level as before. I'm assuming we just kind of find the abnormalities again, one more time. And that's it. I don't know if it was worth it, really. Because I don't know if doing it perfectly even does anything. But I want to check just in case. Because, you know, you never know unless you do it yourself. But, you know, you never know unless someone does. I mean, other than the developer would know. But everyone else does not know unless someone else does it first. And I guess I will have to be the pioneer. Maybe. Unless someone else already did do it, you know, in the video, but I just didn't see it. Oh well. But I don't want to watch other people's videos, you know? If I'm going to try to find a puzzle solution, I mean, for one, I'm making the video already, so I don't want to rely on other people's videos. With a few exceptions, I guess, but, you know, unless I get really stuck. It just feels like cheating, you know, if I watch someone else's video. Like, I don't mind reading a guide, you know, if I get stuck, but like, watching someone's video, at that point, you might as well just be a React streamer, because you're not making your own content anymore, you're just taking someone else's content. Sure, anyway,
Oh, hello.
hello. It's supposed to be evil. I feel like he wouldn't say, "Oh, hello, hey, hello." He should be like, "Oh, hello, you fool," right? Evil. It sounds evil. All right, so I did. Hopefully, I did everything perfectly. I mean, let me see. And there you go. And I guess just the same old ending. All right, nothing's changed. I wanted to make sure just in case, though. Even if you do everything perfectly, you still get the same ending, and just leave the train. And that's it. All right. I guess that's it. Yeah, I mean, and that's it for this game. Pretty short. Again, it kind of harps on that, how do we call the genre? I don't know if the genre has a name, but spot the, like horror, like spot the difference genre, basically. It's alright. I mean, it's I don't know what the word is, but it's decent for what it is, I guess. The art style is okay. I don't like the walking animation though. Just a small personal nitpick, I guess. But the animation could look better. I don't know why her legs are like as if they're completely split apart. I mean, I guess human beings have two legs, I guess, but like for some reason her legs were split at the pants, and it looks weird. Anyway, but other than that, I mean, that's right. I mean, again, some of the little spooky elements are okay. I do like how in every loop, I mean, I do like how the life system is communicated actually. So if you miss something, the little text appears at the beginning of each loop, and it is kind of spooky. I like it actually. I like how it shows that the worse you do, the more the screen gets darker and all that, and like it's a little bit more immersive, I guess. There's an effort there to make it seem, I guess, seamless. It seems seamless, but like it loops seamlessly without you have 3 lives left, whatever, like a video game, whatever. It's actually kind of immersive. Actually, the atmosphere is good. So I don't know. Yeah, it's okay. And again, some of the art is fine, especially like some of the spooky stuff. I think is fine. But yeah, in terms of the actual, the thing is that I feel like the criticism I have is definitely the actual mechanics, where I don't know, like, I mean, for one, obviously it's just so easy to cheese, right? You can press the space bar like a million times and just cheese with the entire game. There's no downside to doing that. So, I feel like there should be a little bit more thought put into that, a little bit more balance. Like, again, some way to like maybe limit that so you can't just press space in every single moment. There should be some kind of punishment for like pressing space that much. I don't know, like a cooldown maybe, but not just a cooldown, because if it's only just a cooldown, you don't change anything else, it would just be like, it's just the only punishment is just wasting time, I guess. But I don't know what it would be, but I don't know, like limited ammunition possibly, like limited film, or like I don't know, like I kind of wish we could use the mouse more, like to specifically like point at something, right, instead of just having it on the same plane the entire time. Like, I wish we could use more of the mouse. That could be like a possibility. Like, overall, it's kind of too easy, especially just to get a default ending anyway. It's just kind of too easy, I do feel like it's not about like making it harder necessarily though. It's more about, again, the mechanics should have kind of like a punishment system or like some kind of thing to like, I don't know what the word is, but like some kind of the game design, right? To like make it a little bit more, like to add more tension, I guess, if that makes sense. Because like in the 3D version of this genre, right, you have to actually look around with your mouse, right? And it is easy to miss stuff in the 3D environment. But in the 2D environment, I wish, or there could be an opportunity there to like make use of that, right? So instead of a 3D environment, it's a 2D. So like you should add more stuff that makes it a little bit more engaging in a 2D environment to look for things that are a little bit more different. Again, I feel like most of the differences in this game are kind of super obvious, so a little bit more subtle would be interesting. And again, like a little bit more punishing in terms of actually like picking something, right? If you pick the wrong thing, it's actually the same and there's no difference, you're punished in some way, right? But not too much though. There's a balance to it, I feel like you shouldn't be punished too much, otherwise you're too scared to look at anything and it's too hard, right? So I don't know, there's a balance to it, so I'm not sure exactly how you would do it. But like, again, I just do feel like the mechanics are a little bit too easy. Basically, it's like too easy. But like, not I don't know. I don't want to say too easy in the sense that like, oh, I'm just a pro gamer or whatever. But like, too easy and it's too simple. I guess is what it is. This is what I'm trying to get across, I guess. But yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. Again, I do feel like there's another game. Let me look it up, actually. Because I want to compare it. Maybe I shouldn't compare it, but I'm going to compare it. I forget what it's called, though. What is it called? I mean, let me look at my past streams. I have it probably in a VOD somewhere. Yeah, Anomaly Eater. Anomaly Eater. Again, very similar idea is the funny thing. It's a very, very similar idea. I mean, to be fair, it's simply in the same genre, but yeah, Anomaly Eater is something I played in the past, and it is all about like, yeah, just going through like a loop, looking for like little differences and using a camera to like look for those differences. Though this game has a little bit more depth because you actually have to manage like a meter and everything. I liked it actually. For what it was, I actually liked it. So, Psycostation could maybe take a little bit more inspiration, not exactly like this, of course, but just add a little more depth to it, so that it's a little bit more interesting in terms of the actual mechanics, is what I would say. Anyway, but that's a very long-winded, explanation of what I think, could be added to the game. Like something to make it a little bit more deeper, And also the weird, like, creepypasta story about the Hat Man, whatever. I guess it kind of leads up to the game over, I guess. The only thing was that, if you lose, and the Hat Man goes up to you and then shows his ugly face, and oh no, he's jump scared. I guess that's the only payoff, I guess. Not really payoff, but, the only, like, reason why all the NPCs are scared of him, I guess. But I kind of wish there was also a little more, like, the writing, because there's so much dialogue. Because there's so much dialogue, I kind of wish there was a little bit more to it then in that case. It's like, what does that mean? Why is he a hatted man? Like how many people are actually stuck in here? Like, what do you mean that everyone's looping in this weird, like, liminal space? Like, what exactly does that mean? I don't know. Like, who are these people? Can I get to know these people? What's their names, right? Like, where they come from? What are their dreams? What are their hobbies? And how did they, and especially, how did they all go insane? Maybe eventually in this loop, So that's what I'm wondering too. It's kind of like this weird limbo. That's what I was thinking. I thought it was gonna build up a little bit more story, because that's actually, I was gonna say, that is something that kind of stood out from the other types of like games in this genre of like spot the difference, looping, train station thing, is that actually the NPCs have a little bit of a story to them, right? But I feel like it didn't really go anywhere. Just kind of like little tidbits here and there, and then that's kind of it, Especially the notes. And the notes as well, I felt like the notes were kind of all over the place. It didn't feel like came from one particular person. And I kind of wish then, in that case, instead of using those notes, it would be better, I feel like, if the similar ideas were simply communicated through those NPCs, right? How like there's one of the notes seemingly kind of like explains of how the whole loop works and everything, and how like if you take a picture, like it goes away, or like anomalies go away, and like oh no, what's that hatted man and everything. In that case, instead of providing notes, a person could just say that, like we could be following, because we are looping and talking the same characters. One of the characters could be that person that like kind of explains everything, and like maybe not exactly everything, but like what they've learned so far, and and why they're stuck in the loop, and maybe they get murdered by a monster later down the line, something like that, right? Some kind of arc to them would be interesting, instead of these like weird random notes. It could just be simply condensed into like a character, right? I feel like, this whole Margaret, they mentioned Margaret. Who's Margaret? Like, I think we kind of saw her once, but then also it didn't lead anywhere. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like I'm ranting, but basically, yeah, there could be a lot of things you could do with this game, but I guess at its current state, I mean, to be fair, it does say like game version 0.1, so maybe there is going to be more stuff later in the future in the more fully fleshed out game, but I don't know. But that's why I felt, right? I felt these like little threads that could have been more, but it didn't really lead anywhere, right? At least so far. I don't know. Maybe this is just a prototype. Who knows? But actually, it's not very clear because it doesn't say. It's just presented as a game, so I'm not sure. Anyway, That's enough rambling, I feel like. Basically, it's alright. I mean, it's a cool concept, basically, you know? But I would like to see like a more like, again, more fleshed out project. Would be interesting. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't know if the developer would continue working on something like this. Anyway, but that'll be it for Psycostation. I guess, you know, I'll just give the little reminder that I usually do. If you're watching the VOD or maybe a video eventually, if you didn't know, I actually stream these games live. So be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and change the notification bell from personalized to all to get notified when I go live. You can also follow my Twitch and Twitter as well. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. But there you go. And that's probably be it for the stream as well. Let me change the game back so I don't forget. I don't know, was there... I don't know, maybe I have to listen to the actual video. But that's what OBS says, there's like sound, but I can't hear anything. But let me see. Let me just go on the ending screen over here. Oop, like so. Should I do like a quick little outro? I mean, it's gonna be like 2 minutes, but like, where is it? Where's the thing that I usually have? No, this isn't it. It's gonna take longer to me to find stuff than it is to just finish my stream. But I was gonna say, usually I have like some kind of... Where is it? There's a link, I think. Oh, yes. Was it Stream Beats or something? Because I remember I used to, but you know, I had like a thing where like I could play some random songs that are like, you know, copyright free or whatever. What is this? I don't know what this is. How about this? Is that like song? That's like a random song. Anyway, it's from Stream Beats. I think as far as I know, it is like copyright free. It's meant for people to use on stream. But anyway, lo-fi beats. Anyway, I was gonna say though, I'm just gonna end the stream though. So that's it. I just wanted some background music just for vibes. But yeah, that'll be it for today. Let me just say, my usual stream schedule is Saturday and Sunday around noon Eastern time. And I guess, I mean, today's Saturday, so yeah, tomorrow I guess I'll be doing something else. So maybe I'll continue playing some of the games I was planning on playing. I'm always in a weird spot though, because sometimes I play a few games and it's like, I didn't go through all of them, but like for next time, then I don't have enough games to really like flesh out like a whole stream, right? So, no. And when I say full stream, I really just mean like 4 hours, you know? At least 4 hours. Usually that, to me, that's a good amount of time. Oh, by the way, well, small thing, but like, what is it? Like a game I played before, like a stream before, called Careless... I don't know, I just want to mention real quick. Carelesser or Troublemakers? Right. Well, small thing. Can I like... This is a very small thing. But, I play a game called Careless... In fact, it's the first thing on the Google results for me anyway. Oh, first video anyway. But they changed it. They actually changed the name to Yamiko Troublemaker. So it used to be like Carelesser or Troublemakers, which is definitely like a very awkward phrase. Like it doesn't make sense in English. But they changed it to Yamiko Troublemaker. Now it makes sense. You know, like, at least it rolls off the tongue a little bit better. I don't know what Yamiko means exactly. I guess it's Japanese, but like, it sounds better than Carelesser or Troublemakers. But then it kind of ruins my video titles now, because now it doesn't match the actual name of the game, you know? So like, I do wonder though, because they changed the name though, I wonder if they also changed the translation, because that is one of the things I did not like about the game, was that the translation was definitely a little bit off, you know? Like, it just wasn't a very good translation. It's like machine translate. It felt like anyway. So I do wonder, like, maybe the translation's better now. I don't want to replay the whole game though, but it was interesting enough, like some vibes, I guess. But like, you know, now they have a proper title. Anyway, that wasn't. Oh, there you go. Anyway, I'm ending my stream though. So yeah, yeah. I mean. Again, thanks for watching, and I guess I'll see you around.